Well. Hello. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to, well, the most original stream title ever. Trademark. No, welcome back to Breath of the Wild. Welcome back to the dawn of the final day. Who? We're getting really close to the release of Tears of the Kingdom. I'm sure a bunch of streams are going to come up across the day of that beautiful, well, hopefully beautiful game. The sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. So, just as a heads up, if you don't want to get spoiled, you probably shouldn't be looking through the Tears of the Kingdom directory today. But yeah, just as a reminder for everybody, there's going to be, Australian, New Zealand streams probably that are going to come up, which also means that pretty much everybody else who got the game early in their respective regions will still be allowed to stream as well. So, there's going to be a bunch of information coming out across the day about the game. Obviously, I don't really want to know that, so yeah. Well, let's get into this though. First of all, hi, welcome. It is the last day of Breath of the Wild, and I'm super excited to end the game with a bang. Also, I would actually like to know how many streamers exactly are going to use somewhere, a very similar title to mine. I don't know. I just couldn't resist. It fits too well, though. It works too well with the Zelda franchise. Right, let's load up the file, let's start up the game. It's I don't even know. Sometimes words are really just failing you when you think about something like this. Because like obviously I'm super excited for the sequel. I'm super excited for Tears of the Kingdom, but I mean at the same time, it's I still, how can I say that? Like I'm still just sort of looking forward to it. I don't want to, overhype myself. That's definitely something that I guess, it just also comes with time. There are going to be elements of Tears of the Kingdom, I'm sure, that I'm not going to be a fan of. And, just being, mentally prepared to maybe not like every nook and cranny, every inch of a game, certainly is a thing that you should be aware of and should be thinking about. But that doesn't detract from the fact that it is a super exciting launch. Honestly, thinking a bit about it, I'm not entirely sure what made me this excited, over the last couple of years when it came to gaming. So, well, I have to put a little bit of a parenthesis around this every single time because I'm a super huge fan of Final Fantasy XIV. Like I just can't get around that. I absolutely adore 14. It's a game that will probably stay with me in my life for a very long time to come. Of course, there's going to be breaks here and there, but maybe it was the point when I started playing it. Maybe it's just sort of the perfect combination of a game for me. I don't know. So obviously, I'm always going to be hugely excited for whenever there's stuff related to Final Fantasy XIV. Incidentally, there is going to be a live letter tomorrow, so an update about the next patch that is coming up in 2 weeks. So I'm equally excited about that as I am about Tears of the Kingdom, but I never really count 14, right? 14 is an MMO. It's a very different genre. It's sort of, it's like the comfy friend you can always like go to for some good times. I don't know. Maybe that's a weird way of thinking about a game, and it's not exactly what I mean. Like obviously actually visiting a real friend is totally different to a video game. But just as a comparison to other games, I think it works quite well. So I'm always sort of excluding 14 and its updates and events and well, expansions from that. So when it comes to single player games though, what really was the last game that I was super excited about? I mean, there've been a couple of games that have surprised me, or that I didn't really know I would like as much as I ended up liking them. You know, a few things come to mind on the Switch. That would be Animal Crossing, which I didn't even know really about before New Horizons launched. And I got super addicted to it. It's a super fun game. So I really liked it, but obviously I wasn't excited about it before it came out because I didn't even really know what Animal Crossing was or what I, you know, should expect from it, right? I was pretty excited to play the new Pokemon Snap because that's one of my favorite games from my childhood. I probably replayed the original, I don't know, 10, 15 times. But that's still not really on that same level. So it is difficult to say, because even with Breath of the Wild, I wasn't entirely sure if I was gonna like it before it released. I'd seen a bit about it, obviously, right? I roughly knew what I was getting myself into playing this. But I also knew, and I'm sure there were quite a few people that thought about it like that. I also knew that Breath of the Wild was quite a bit of a departure from the other Zelda games that I had come to like. And I think I mentioned, or we talked about it yesterday briefly, that at least one of the intended goals, or one statement that the developers made with what they wanted to do with Breath of the Wild, is sort of return the series to its roots, at least to a certain extent. Mostly in the regards to just having a huge open world to explore, giving the player more freedom in how to approach it. And obviously they achieved that, but for me, who hadn't really played the old Zelda titles, right? So before Ocarina of Time, essentially before it went 3D, I really wasn't quite sure about that, right? I wasn't quite sure if I was going to like it. Obviously, I ended up absolutely loving this game. But that's why I wasn't really as excited about the release of Breath of the Wild as I was about Tears of the Kingdom. For a while, I even didn't really consider to play it on release. I did end up buying Breath of the Wild on release, and playing it for you know, once I started it, I pretty much couldn't stop. But yeah, it was one of those games that surprised me sort of after the fact, or that I got really into after its release. So, yeah, looking back, I wasn't. And same with a bunch of other games that ended up on my sort of list of favorites. Something like Sekiro, for example. I was on the fence about it because I absolutely loved Bloodborne, but I didn't really think I would like Bloodborne because its sort of setting that it's using, right, the whole cosmic horror thing, actually really isn't for me. Funnily enough, Bloodborne still pulls it off, and I really like it for that. Like, I would have never thought that I would like that genre or theme before playing Bloodborne. And Bloodborne sort of convinced me otherwise, but I'm also pretty sure that is mostly because of its, you know, gameplay, because of its just insanely well-designed world and gameplay. So, yeah, but you know, if we're really talking about a game that I knew I was gonna like or even love before its release, that's super difficult to say. I honestly cannot really think of one. Probably in the past 10 years. Because the games that I really ended up loving across the past 10 years, again, excluding 14 and its expansions, although it was the same for when I started playing 14, there weren't really any games, I don't think, that I was hugely looking forward to. And maybe the few that I was, I'm trying to look over to my games here. Yeah. The few games that I was somewhat looking forward to, I ended up not really liking, right? So it's sort of a whole point is it's definitely a bit of a weird position for me because it's been so long that I was genuinely excited about a game release and also knew that I am gonna like Tears of the Kingdom. Like I know that there is no way, actually no way that I'm not gonna end up liking it. I am sure, as I said, that there's going to be maybe the odd bit here and there where I'm going to go, you know, not really the biggest fan of that. I do expect there's going to be some bits and pieces where I wish they just would have done more. Same with Breath of the Wild. There's just a bunch of bits and pieces across the world and across its story. And we've been through this over the course of this playthrough. Where I quite frequently mentioned, okay, I wish they would have, you know, done this differently or just added stuff to this. But overall, I know that I'm going to end up loving Tears of the Kingdom. But that also means that it's a very, very unusual spot for me to be in. And a spot that I haven't really been in for a very, very long time. And I guess I'm just not really used to that anymore. It's just pretty cool. It's honestly, it's bringing up almost, that's gonna sound so cheesy, right? But it's bringing up, like genuinely bringing up childhood memories of when I was really excited about the next Pokemon games that were coming up, right? And or even GTA back in the day. Honestly, I was hugely excited to get into San Andreas when that launched. It's, well, not much more to say to that, honestly. It's incredible. It's going to be incredible. I can't wait to spend a ridiculous amount of hours in Tears of the Kingdom. And, well, expect to stand around in places for very long stretches of time to just discuss various small details that nobody else is probably going to think about as much as I am. Well, anyways, before I start doing that here, let's get into this. So, I ended up streaming a bit more yesterday than I wanted to. I just ended up being a bit long, but no big deal. The good thing is I managed to get pretty much all the memories except for two, which I want to start with today. First of all, we are going to go to the second research lab, which is this quest, Robbie's Research. Pura told me that any ancient materials you find can be turned over to Robbie. You can find him presiding over the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Now, that's not necessarily what I want to do. I don't really care about that particular armor set. If I can get some pieces of it, I'm going to get those. I highly doubt it, though, because I really don't have that many ancient materials collected. I'm sure I'm going to miss some stuff. Either way, I'm going to go roughly in that direction because I'm pretty sure that one of the missing memories, which is this one of the shrines, prayer places that Zelda went to, like one of the three, is close to it, as far as I remember. I hope I remember that correctly, because otherwise we're going to end up looking a long time for that thing. And after we're done with that, I am actually going to go to the castle. I'm going to make a very brief visit to Impa once I collect the last memory. But beyond that, we're pretty much going to be exploring the castle today, and obviously at the very end, deal with Ganon and set ourselves up for Tears of the Kingdom, and maybe at the very end talk a little bit about how it might connect back to this game. Either way, let's get into it. I think it probably makes sense to get Leo, or Trusty Horse, out from the stable, just venture back a little bit on this particular path to the crossing that leads up towards the tech lab. Take my horse out. Yeah. I wonder if I should have gotten another horse, just to have a bit more stamina available. Yeah. Before I go all the way, though, I love how that ice wizard is just walking around here and nobody really cares about him. Oh, wait. I thought I was going to be able to mark the tower while I'm on horseback, but apparently you cannot actually use your telescope while you're doing that. Right. Probably want to grab the tower first. And then we can go on to the tech lab. If I recall correctly, I think the pathway to that particular tech lab isn't too difficult to traverse. I think it's pretty much just a long road. Are you serious? I'm sorry, buddies, but you were attacked by bokoblins for like the 5th time in a row. And I told you multiple times that it's dangerous to venture on the roads alone, so, you know, honestly, at this point, it's on them. I'm pretty sure you're another... Pretty sure she's part of the Higa clan. Ooh, sorry, horsey. That was a rock. Which I still cannot believe that when I was looking for that one particular memory yesterday that was in the forest, that looked like it was next to a path, but actually wasn't. I cannot believe that I was attacked by, like... How many did we actually see? It was probably about 8 Higa clan members for some reason. I mean, it's one thing that they appear next to roads. It's an entirely different thing that they constantly appear next to roads. I did remember that for my first playthrough, though, that I was slightly taken aback the first time I dealt with them, and especially the first time I dealt with the Higa clan boss, right? That they actually do not disappear. Okay, wait a second here. I think that road is sort of winding down towards the cliffside over here. I'm pretty sure there is a shrine here. I don't fully remember what the path to the tower might be, though. I don't think it's... This is just a camp or ruins, right? Yeah, that's the shrine on that cliffside. Either way, the Yiga clan is one of those details that I wish they would have done a little bit more with. I'm a huge fan, and I know I mentioned that during me, well, doing it. the big hideout, I mean. Okay. Horsey, you probably want to stay here while I try to get through these searchlights. Oh, is there a shrine here? Oh, there is. Do I want to grab that first? No, actually it's going to be way easier to just jump down back to it, right? I definitely remember this tower being quite tough to get to. But then again, I managed the other one that's next to the castle without many hearts, honestly. At that point, how many hearts did I have at that point? I think it was like 4. So hopefully this should be a much easier time. Did that bokoblin just run away from the... Oh, whoa, that was a fast. Do I want to stay with that blade? Ah, might as well. Otherwise I'm not gonna really use it. I did not know the bokoblins were afraid of the guardians. It makes sense though, right? Okay, let's see. I also don't remember. I know these guys have less health than the ground-based guardians. But they're a lot tougher to take down, obviously, since... Oh. Seriously. Wait, if there's a bokoblin here, though, aren't you gonna be afraid of the, big searchlight, too? I guess not. How far up are you gonna fly? Let's see. Oh, it turned back already, right? Yeah, it turns back. Okay. Pretty sure there's gonna be another one up ahead. Honestly, that being said, though, this tower is really, really fun to get to. I remember it being quite a challenge, and also a bit of a different one compared to a lot of other stuff. Because the searchlights definitely do end up creating a bit of a different gameplay feel. It's not exactly a stealth section, right? It's not that similar to how the Yiga clan hideout worked. Because you cannot really stealth your way through this as much as just avoid the eyes. Okay. I should be able to pretty much just climb up to the place, though. I do remember that at the very top there is quite a bit of Ganon slime, for the lack of a better word. His Calamity slime. Honestly, does the game ever mention a particular name for that? I'm not sure. Because the energy itself is sort of called Calamity, or Calamitous energy? Something like that. Although, even there, I'm not entirely sure if the game ever makes mention of that, or if that's just how the community afterwards has begun to call it. Oh, I could destroy them... or could try to destroy them with the metal chests, right? They're probably here too, so that you're able to bring them down. That's 1500 HP, though. Somehow I remembered them having 500. Maybe that was the small ones, huh? Thing is, with this structure, I'm not sure if you're allowed to climb the last piece, right? If that would stop you from climbing further. That being said, I can maybe just climb the side of it. Let me very quickly change to my climbing gear. Hopefully it's not going to get very cold up here. I don't think so. Let's see. I should be able to make it. I know there is... I'm pretty sure there was one that I had to fight last time I went to this tower. Maybe we can get away without doing that, though. I want to say that as soon as you get to the tower, you don't really have to engage with them anymore. It's more so getting up to it that's kind of the problem. And then obviously figuring out a way to get to it. That being said, I do still have a charge of Rivali scale, so I can probably just use that to fly over to the tower itself. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, yeah, climbing up really isn't too much of a problem. Okay, we have all the slime available here. Okay. Ooh, that's the wrong arrow. Oh. Is that... yeah, that's metal. Okay, that's the proper way to get in. I do remember that now. So essentially what they want you to do, you're supposed to be building bridges with these metal structures, and eventually you can get around the slime and reach the tower. The problem is, if I use Rivali scale here, I'm actually not entirely certain if I would be able to bypass the slime up there. I wonder if they've put it at a specific height that would potentially make it so that you cannot just cheese it with the Divine Beast ability. Can I use... Let's see. How long are you? Can I place it down here to get across? Ooh. Let's see. Hopefully that counts. Yeah. Akala Tower, perfect. Wait, did I just... That sounded like a bokoblin somewhere. I cannot get over the sound design of the slime. I know that I went into it pretty much in depth at a certain point already. Oh, never mind. Wow. Okay. Did not actually know that Revali Scale takes you up that much. Well, that certainly makes things a lot easier. Why do I remember having so much trouble with this tower? Oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking back, this is north of Hateno, right? And I'm pretty sure that on my first playthrough I also more or less followed the, I guess we can call it the main quest, you know, that gets you to Kakariko first. It actually is getting cold up here. Okay, well, let's change to this one then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that on my first playthrough I also followed the main quest progression that the game sort of prompts you to do, which is get to Kakariko first. Obviously, in comparison to this playthrough, I pretty much tried to incorporate everything I saw, every shrine, every Korok, everything that I came across into my journey, right? And so it probably took me a long time to reach Kakariko and Hateno for the first time in my first playthrough. But since that kind of is where the game leads you to first, and then Hateno, they tell you about the second research lab, right? So I think I might have done that next. Because that is sort of the progression you can take here. I'm pretty sure that I went to Kakariko, then to Hateno, got the info about the research lab. Probably, I want to say I went to Zora's Domain next, because I definitely remember doing that first, right? The elephant, Varuta, that was the Divine Beast that I did first on my first playthrough. But afterwards, I'm fairly certain that I would have taken this way, probably because I had a quest to come up here. I'm not 100% on that. But that's probably what I did. Although at the same time, I definitely don't remember the second beast. I don't remember if I went here or somewhere else entirely. Either way, that probably means that I did not have Revali Scale available when I did this for the first time on my first playthrough. Because this way it's ridiculously easy to just bypass the slime. The only thing I wish they would allow for is that you could actually get rid of all of it, right? I mean, I don't know, just place 5, 6, 7 eyes around the place, or maybe once you get the tower, there's like one big boss eye appearing, and at the end of it, you get rid of all the slime. I don't know, something about it is just, since we're supposed to be, you know, rescuing the land, I guess you can think about it in the sense that once we deal with Ganon properly, this is probably gonna disappear. But then again, will it? Considering that Tears of the Kingdom might go into this, it is very interesting to think about. Because the slime, in and of itself, I don't think is necessarily only related to Ganon. I mean, it is very much so, and he's probably the reason why it exists here, but at the same time, it does make me wonder just how important his input would be for this, right? Because if we're thinking about the energy that we've come across already, and the furnaces, like the one in Hateno, that seems to be drawing energy from the ground somewhere, and was built, or at least maintained, Yeah, but also probably built by the Sheikah back in the day. If that's what the Sheikah used to power all their stuff, right? And then afterwards, Ganon came and was able to corrupt that energy. Well, it definitely comes, it brings back the question of how does he even corrupt the stuff? How does he do that, right? I'm pretty sure that Breath of the Wild doesn't really mention it. It's just mentioned that, oh yeah, he corrupted it. And we actually see that, right? There is a cutscene that, or a memory that shows you how he corrupts all the Guardians and everything that they've set up to defend themselves against Ganon, and it turns out he pretty much set a trap, and just uses all that stuff against the people that were trying to seal him away with it. But that being said, what does that leave us with in terms of the slime? Because, I mean, what is this? Is it just, if we're thinking about the energy that they're using as, you know, if we're trying to bring it, even though that doesn't work entirely, obviously, I'm aware of that, but if we're trying to think about it in terms of actual physics, you know, maybe you could say that it is some sort of, you know, plasma or, you know, something that we also would use for just normal energy input to produce electricity, right? But in this particular case, it's not exactly electricity. It's just that it's also used for, you can, I guess you can think about it in terms of maybe, you know, fusion energy plasma or something like that, just that it's probably not 1 billion degrees, and it can be utilized much more readily. Like, it's much more readily available to be able to be used as energy compared to what we're doing, right? But that being said, with this slime, so when it gets corrupted, is there, like, does it sort of become gel-like and unusable as energy and just sort of settles as the slime? Is this sort of a byproduct of the corruption? Probably, right? I wouldn't necessarily say that the slime is, like, purposefully placed by Ganon in any sort of capacity. It seems to me it's more of a byproduct of this corrupted energy not really being able to form maybe what it wants to form, right? So a bunch of the corrupted energy pretty much just stays.
Gale is now ready.
Yeah, thank you about that. I'm pretty sure that most of the energy, when it gets corrupted, still stays around as energy, right? Because that's pretty much what's happening to the Guardians or to the Divine Beasts. They're still powered the exact same way they were powered before. It's just that control over them shifted, right? Yet at the same time, I want to say that the corrupted energy also possibly has slightly different physical properties, for the lack of a better word, that mean that it can sort of settle as the slime. And when we're then also considering that possibly the monsters exist because they're kind of energy that has been released by living beings dying, right? So all the Hylians and everybody else that perished during the calamity, their sort of life energy probably kind of inserted or combined with the energies of the already available Sheikah technology, and that Ganon then, through the corruption, changed it into his corrupted energy, which then formed or began forming these monsters, right? I think that's at least roughly what happened here. And then maybe the slime would be energy that because it was lacking enough sort of life energy, right? It wasn't really able to produce a proper form, right? Like a bokoblin or a moblin, and therefore just stayed this weird slime stuff. It just stayed like that. Well, either way, I'm looking forward to discovering more about this tomorrow. Possibly also, well, first of all, understanding more about it, but yeah, I wonder if there's going to be more of this stuff in Tears of the Kingdom, and if we're possibly even able to manipulate it. Because even though we're getting rid of Calamity Ganon at the very end of this game, I don't necessarily think that means that all of this corrupted energy just ends up dissipating. I'm sure it would over time, because it kind of loses its, I guess, not really purpose, but probably something to cling to, right? If there's no more corrupted energy, then I'm sure over time the slime might sort of dissipate. But I don't think it's, you know, so directly connected to Calamity Ganon that it would do so right away. I don't know. Unless if the sort of underground energy that was used by the Sheikah can convert it, right? So if that's sort of suddenly coming back out of the ground, maybe it will be able to convert the slime back to whatever it's supposed to be originally. I don't know. Let's continue, though. It's fun to think about, but at the same time, I also want to say that we really haven't that much information to go on. Or at least I don't. I don't know if maybe other people know more about this. Particularly also since, well, I'm lacking the knowledge from Skyward Sword, right? Which mostly, I think, goes into the origins of the Master Sword, but I don't know if it's also... It probably has a few other bits and pieces of information relating back to the Sheikah that I might be missing here. That being said, interestingly enough, the other game, like all the games that I have played out of Zelda, they don't really have that much information about the Sheikah either, right? They're a pretty mysterious part of the whole Zelda lore, I think. Well, anyways, so that's pretty much the path that we need to take. Let's see, if I look at my map, I'm currently looking over here. I'm pretty sure that this was, yeah, I want to say this is the place where the memory is. Let me maybe already put a pin down here. That should be where the memory is. Skull Lake, I do remember this. That's where you can find the funny monster guy or monster shop. And yeah, that's the research lab. Apart from maybe 1 or 2 shrines on the way, I'm sure we can pretty much just straight up go there. I don't really think that we have anything else to do on the way. I also don't really see another shrine. I know there is, like, with the swirly island there, or half island, there are a bunch of bits and pieces that we could go to. We could get more shrines, but honestly, at this point, I don't really want to just leave the shrines if they're so readily available like this one. But on the other hand, I also don't want to... Like, I feel like I'm already getting into the territory where the game's not really going to be... Or not really going to be able to pose too much of a challenge to me anymore. Because of the amount of hearts that I have now. But... yeah, I want to stay sort of... I don't want to add even more heart containers to it if I can help it. I know it could convert them to stamina, but that seems kind of weird as well. Oh no. It's one of the motion-based ones. Let's see. It's a car show. Okay, I guess we're just gonna... Oh, can those... Wait, can those be moved? Oh, yeah, they can. Okay. Perfect. Well, that was easy. For a second there, I was afraid that you just had to turn the entire thing over, which would be pretty annoying to do if you had to flip your tablet controller by 180 degrees. Oh, they just start turning. I was gonna say, wait, what exactly does that do? Well, this isn't exactly difficult. Oh, hi. What are you? Why are you turning? Oh, it's to get the chest, huh? Wait, so if I shoot you again, I think you're supposed to be jumping on it when it comes back this way, right? Oh, wait. There we go. Nope. Of course. Legendary Skate, hi. Welcome. How are you? Oh no, now I have to shoot it twice again. Thankfully though, one thing that I definitely did not remember from my first playthrough is that when you're using a bow that has, you know, 3 arrows shooting out of it. Okay, there we go. That worked. It still only uses 1. So technically they're definitely pretty good bows. Well, that wasn't really worth it, huh? Although at the same time, the 3 arrows still need to hit. Although I do think they do that most of the time. Do I want to take that spear with me? Nah. I could probably get rid of the axe. I don't really know if I still need that. Then again, there might be a couple of wooden chests in the castle that I potentially want to have a look into. That is the one thing that I'm slightly concerned about, is how many resources I probably or potentially need for the castle. I don't know. No. Roll. The other one. Almost. Okay. Why do these have to be so finicky? The problem is, I think, one thing that I wish they had done with these motion-based things, is that they'd given you an indicator of... Okay, let's slightly turn it back. Yeah. Okay, wait, let me try to... I think I'm just turning it too much. I want to do it too quickly. I think... I know that these aren't necessarily, you know, super liked by most people. Oh, come on, really? Mostly because they are somewhat finicky. I do agree with that. I think one issue here, though, is that for the most part, right? Oh, come on, I'm so close. For the most part, the motion-based puzzles, the motion controls themselves, I think, are okay. Like, they're not super good because they feel like they have a little bit of a delay, or at least a, you know, it's not as precise as it maybe could or should be. Okay, can you please, thank you. And now let's try to ever so slightly nudge the middle one over. There we go. Nice. So the precision of them isn't perfect. That being said, one of the bigger issues aren't actually the controls in these particular stages. I think it's actually the camera, because it has this sort of overhead look where it's looking down at an angle, and that sometimes makes it somewhat hard to see what the sort of neutral what's the name of that? What the neutral point of it would be, right? Where it's completely plain and flat, and where nothing moves. So I wish that they would have maybe included a small UI element or something that showed you how much you've tilted the tablet. Also, I think, well, part of the issue might be that and that's always an issue with motion controls, I think, and why many people tend to not really like them all that much is because with motion controls, you have way more of a difference between different players and in terms of how they can play, right? Because with the controller, sure, there are some differences, right? People have different sized hands, and so they will, there are definitely differences between being able to hit certain buttons, being able to hold a controller, and then there are certain techniques that you just pick up over the years, like, sort of claw techniques, things like that, that allow you to pull off things that people that are not as experienced on certain input methods probably wouldn't be able to do. But either way, with the controller, or even with mouse and keyboard, you can be pretty sure that most people will, generally have a fairly similar, position, right, when they're playing. And a fairly similar way of holding the controller. Whereas with motion controls, a problem that comes in is the physical space that is available to you at any given time. And I think, or at least I want to say, based on how games tend to... Really? You're not that far away. Oh, well. Might as well get him back from the stable.
Hi.
But with these motion controls, I think that what developers sometimes do not really think about, or at least they... Well, maybe they also just can't do much about it, is how you're even able to pull that off, right? So for example, for me, I'm currently sitting quite comfortably in my chair here, right? But I also have armrests, which means that I cannot really, and my armrests, and I have a desk in front of me, right? So there's not that much height where I can actually move the big Wii U tablet controller, which means that turning the stuff is quite an uncomfortable position. It's not uncomfortable to the point where it hurts or anything, like obviously, but it's not exactly... Well, it's just simply not comfortable. And I don't think, when it comes to controls, that you should design a game in a way that forces the player to get into weirdly uncomfortable positions, right? Which is also a big problem when you start thinking about the design of VR games, right? Because I want to say by far the biggest issue of VR is not necessarily the cost of entry for the technology or for the gear you'd need to, to play VR. Or even the techniques that are employed inside of the games in order to allow you to, not get motion sick. But rather the physical space that is available to the player, right? Because not everybody has a big room to play in. And even if the room has a certain size, that doesn't mean that there aren't other elements. Like, most people would probably have a room where they play that just contains a bunch of other stuff, right? I mean, imagine having a kid and you're typically playing on your living room TV. There's probably going to be a bunch of just toys around the room. Do you always want to get rid of them whenever you put on your VR headset? Probably not. And even if you don't have kids, who has a living room that allows for VR play, right? Because, I mean, you have a couch, you have... I don't know, a dining table. There's just stuff that simply doesn't allow for that to happen. And I feel like that's it's getting overlooked quite a bit when it comes to why that sort of technology just isn't really there for the mass market, and why we're not really getting good VR games. Which obviously is a bit of a shame, because there's a lot of potential behind it, but I think if developers were to focus more on VR games that you can play while sitting, that would work a lot better than what they're currently trying to do, right? As cool as it is to pull off really, really awesome things, if you look at Half-Life Alyx, for example. Oh, I did not remember there being bears in this game. Hello, Mr. Brown Bear. Should I say hello? No, I don't want to hurt him or anything. But yeah, I think that when it comes to VR games, as much as I would like them to succeed, because I really, really love the technology, honestly, I think they're kind of focusing on the wrong stuff. I think we should focus on VR games, at least at first, right? We should focus on VR games that are able to be played while sitting. A bunch of them technically work like that, right? Because a bunch of games... For example, No Man's Sky has a VR mode, and in No Man's Sky, at least to a certain amount, you're just kind of sitting in your spaceship. But even with that game, spaceship is only, I don't know, a third of the experience. Like, you're also going to be roaming around on planets a lot. And if you quickly fly to places with your jetpack, while you yourself are sitting on a chair, wearing a VR headset, that's not necessarily the most comfortable experience either. But yeah, when it comes to those things, I really wish developers would focus more on experiences that are able to be pulled off in a very confined space. And I don't think that they're doing that currently. Great, let's recall the memory. This might possibly be about Zelda sort of being sad again about her not being able to draw the power, right? Because we've seen a memory that talked about her wanting to go to the third shrine that she's not allowed to go to for whatever reason before she turned 17. And then we saw the cutscene after that where she returned from the third shrine and still wasn't able to draw out her power. So let's see which one this was.
I come seeking help regarding this power that has been handed down over time. Prayer will awaken my power to seal Ganon away. Or so I've been told all my life. And yet, Grandmother heard them, the voices from the spirit realm. And Mother said her own power would develop within me. But I don't hear or feel anything. Father has told me time and time again. He always says, quit wasting your time playing at being a scholar. Curse you. I've spent every day of my life dedicated to praying. I've pleaded to the spirits tied to the ancient gods. And still the holy powers have proven deaf to my devotion. Please, just tell me. What is it? What's wrong with me?
You know, seeing Link standing back there, probably feeling kind of awkward about the whole thing. I wish we would sometimes get a bit more of an insight into what Link is thinking in those situations, right? Well, let's draw out a bit more of our power, because I want to have one more heart container. Of a Dimral scale, received from the red spirit to the spring of power. Oh, Wait, never mind. I thought you were able to also upgrade your hearts or stamina vessels. I guess not. I forgot about that being a thing. Right. You can take the scales of the dragons to these places. I do not remember, however, what that actually gives you. Because I want to say it wasn't the permanent upgrade, right? Maybe it's a temporary one? Or is it really? I don't remember. I really thought I was able to just upgrade my heart containers here. Do I still want to go to the research lab? Might as well, right? We're not really that far away from it. Also, I definitely did not remember either that there was a second stable over here. There's quite a few, huh? So there's one here, another one here, and then we get another one over here. That is quite interesting, because I want to say that these two, for example, are very, very far apart, and I don't think there is another one over here somewhere. So the, I guess the stable density is quite different across regions. I do appreciate that, though. One thing that I absolutely don't like is when open worlds try to be very homogenic, is that what you would call it? With, you know, their outposts and things like that. Because it just feels unrealistic and quite immersion breaking when you, well, when you look at the world map of certain open worlds, right? And you can see that a tiny bit, although I think they pulled it off quite well with the shrines here. But technically, you know, I guess with the shrines, it's a little bit of a different thing, because we can actually incorporate that into the lore of the game and say that the reason for why they have somewhat of a similar or average distance between them every single time, and we don't really find shrines being right next to each other, is because the Sheikah probably wanted to have the ability to draw out energy everywhere equally. But even there, we probably run into an issue, because, like, energy wouldn't be distributed, you know, equally across the entire world. If they're really using some sort of, you know, underlying ground energy to power all their stuff, wouldn't you think that that energy would be more readily available in certain places compared to others, right? I mean, when you think about the availability of oil or coal, or even for renewable energies, there can be quite a difference, right? Some regions have a lot more wind energy, some regions get a lot more sun. So it doesn't really make that much sense for the if they are connected to energy creation, or to draw out energy, then it wouldn't really make that much sense for them to, you know, be pretty much equally strewn across the entire land. That being said, the shrines might not necessarily be there for energy creation so much as they are for maybe just checking on that energy, right? So sort of like the tectonic, what are they even called? Tectonic beacons? Well, the seismometers, I think, is the correct scientific name for them, right? So the things that allow scientists to record earthquakes, right, or big eruptions, things like that across the entire globe. Maybe it's something like that, where the Sheikah built the shrines to monitor that sort of energy level and how it's, you know, maybe through the shrines they were then able to determine where the best places for energy creation would actually be. So in that regard, it makes sense. Point being, though, that there are definitely games where they don't really think about that stuff really at all. And it sadly sometimes means that there are open worlds that have been created in a way where, for example, your typical Ubisoft towers, they're placed on the map in a very orderly fashion, right? Because they want the player to have one like after every second hour of play or some weird stuff like that, right? Because they don't design their worlds in terms of thinking, okay, what would an actual world look like, right? What would make sense in terms of what the structure of the world would be like, and then place those towers or whatever they are in the correct positions according to where civilization would be, for example, right? Or where natural outposts would be built. But rather, they're approaching it from the point of, okay, we need to make sure the players are actually engaged. So we know that there needs to be a treasure they can find within every 10 minutes of playtime. There has to be a new NPC within every 30 minutes, there has to be a new quest within every 20 minutes, and there has to be a new tower they can find and look at every 2 hours of play, or something weird like that, right? And approaching it from a sort of mathematical standpoint because they want to maximize the profit of, probably whenever you visit a tower, suddenly you're going to unlock some things in the in-game shop that you can spend real money on to buy, or some stupid stuff like that, right? The funny thing is, though, if you approach game development like that, you're actually probably, well, depending on the game and the situation, but for the most part, I would say that you're kind of doing the opposite of what you try to do, because that's not really exciting to players, right? If you have a very similar experience every single time, it's just simply going to get boring, and you're going to fall off the game. Whereas a game like this that takes into account what the world is actually supposed to be, it just makes way more sense, and it works quite a lot better. Although I do have to say that Breath of the Wild definitely has certain sort of baseline design components that appear every single time. For example, the towers being placed in a location that is somewhat close to the edge of the map, they reveal, right? So, for example, this tower, the Akala Tower, it's placed, this is where the map section began, and it's placed somewhat close to that, right? It's not placed, I don't know, back here. Because that would kind of suck for the player to have to run through the entire region without having their map available to them, right? But that's a cool thing as well. At the end of the day, I think that this particular world is just pretty much the prime example of how you should design an open world in a game. And there's a whole bunch of different points to that, right? From the location of towers and shrines, to the location of NPCs and villages, to the location of quests and bigger sort of main quest objectives like the Divine Beasts, but also the way the biomes sort of flow into each other, and the verticality of the map. You can probably come up with like 15, 20 different points that all work really, really well within the structure of the world they have created here. And I just think personally that that's super impressive, but is probably also a big reason as to why the game took so long to release in the first place, right? Because they probably started designing the world and then, pretty much had to, change it over and over and over again to facilitate certain things that they maybe didn't think about beforehand, right? While at the same time making sure that the world wouldn't be too similar all the time. Who is Hoss? Hello? I've been on patrol duty lately. The name's Hoss. Jeez, it's gotten dangerous around here lately. It has, yeah. I do agree with that. Yes. Recently I've been hearing about a suspicious guy named Kilton. Oh, that's the... I was gonna say, we have heard that name before. That's the monster guy. Hmm. He runs a shop called Fang and Bone. They say he goes around pushing some kind of cart night after night. He's been making people around here uncomfortable with his suspicious and otherworldly activity. Do you know, Kilton? Nah. I see. Well, if you see any suspicious people, please tell me what they look like in detail. Really, if you see this Kilton character, please tell me all the juicy details. I'm counting on you. Yeah, sorry buddy, but I'm on a very important mission to deal with Ganon. Although visiting Kilton would probably be pretty funny. Sacred article, what do you want? Hello. I haven't seen you around here. Boy, you sure have strange tastes. You look like someone who has traveled willy-nilly all over the world. Do I? I guess so. Who are you? Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Nobo. I've traveled everywhere, but at the end of the day, I like Akala best of all. Really? That's why I'm pretty familiar with stuff around here. Is there something you want to know? This area? Let's see. If you go west of the stable, there's a sacred place called the Spring of Power. Yeah, that's where I just went. Offer the sacred article to the Spring of Power. That's what the legend says. Maybe it was part of a ritual the Princess of Hyrule Castle used to perform. Anything else you want to know? Nah. Yeah. Ah. Okay, so then it wasn't actually about any power upgrade or anything at all, which it kind of... Man, that kind of sucks. I feel like these three springs, considering how much of an important role they play in the main story, I wish they would have actually connected them to... I mean, I talked yesterday about the... Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. But about the three cool optional diamonds you can get in Ocarina of Time that are connected to the three goddesses, right? And they all give you three very distinct, unique powers. But they are entirely optional. And wouldn't that have been a super, super cool place to give you stuff like that? It's almost like the powers of the divine beasts, but in item form, maybe? Or alternatively, some other upgrade to your runes or something like that. I feel like it's a bit of a shame that these pretty important places of prayer that are connected to the, you know, goddesses that created the world in Zelda lore, or at least I think they did, right? That these particular springs are just connected to a shrine. Bit of a shame, but... eh. I mean, the cool thing is that at least that way you still get some information and lore about the springs, right? Definitely better than just having a shrine next to them without any quest attached to it whatsoever. Yet at the same time, I also think, or I wish that they would have maybe gone into more detail regarding the dragons. I know I already mentioned that as well, but, you know, considering that there are, I'm pretty sure there are 3 shrine quests attached to each of these springs. Maybe it would have been nice if they also included some background information about the dragons and about why they still exist. Because they have to be some sort of, I don't know, leftover magic? I don't know, would the dragons, would they have existed? Probably, right? They would have existed sort of all this time already. Oh god, another motion-based one. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it, you can do it. Yeah, there we go. Nice. I love how these shrines, right? They're so short, you really feel the developers probably went, okay, we don't want to make them suffer through motion controls too much. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's same thing, right? It's kind of a cool idea to be playing golf in the shrine. It's sort of funny, but at the same time, it also isn't. It probably would have been more fun to put an actual golf course into one of these shrines and instead of it being motion control based, have a funny weapon that sort of looks like a golf club that you could play around with. I feel like that would have worked better than what they did here. Although, yeah, you do have to appreciate them at least. Oh god, this is so awkward to hold, honestly. You do really have to appreciate that they made the second puzzle optional. As I said, though, the main issue with these motion controls really is the awkward way you have to hold the controller. That is by far the worst issue here. Not the controls themselves, it's just... Ooh, great Frostblade, plus 13, nice. Let me see. I mean, I've used my electric blade quite a while now. That being said, I'm about to head into the castle, so I don't really think that I actually need the Korg Leaf anymore. So I probably... Oops. A second. I should probably make sure that I have a bunch of resources available, right? I know that the castle's going to give me some stuff too, but might as well, you know, stock up while I still can. It's also such a shame because, you know, with these awkward motion controls, it might actually bring players to turn them off entirely, which I think a lot of people have done, you know, thinking back to when this game released, but also in general, looking over what people typically say when they're playing through this game and others that use sort of target-based motion control stuff. Usually a lot of people turn that off, which is a big shame because I think, as I mentioned, probably in the first stream of Breath of the Wild, I think the motion-based targeting works really, really well. Like, actually insanely well. And you wouldn't really think that. There's probably a lot of people who just, you know, notice motion controls or something in the options menu and just turn it off because they don't like it, right? And I feel like these shrines may be, you know, facilitating that too. What I mean, though, is, so when you're targeting with a bow, right, I can now use my right analog stick to target quickly, right? So, you know, let's say something's flying across, like over the tower over there that I want to hit. I can use my right analog stick to quickly jot over there. But now once I'm there, you see it trembling slightly, right? Because that's because I'm holding the controller. I can, like, do these movements, like these very, very precise movements, by just slightly nudging the tablet controller. And the cool thing is, you know, when it comes to motion controls, because the tablet controller of the Wii U has a certain size to it, you can actually be very, very precise with this movement, because you only have to tilt it ever so slightly to change your target. So if you do want to hit a specific target, it's much easier to hone in on it, right? It's much easier to do this and sort of stay over the... Well, I'm talking because that's why I'm sort of moving a little bit too much. But, you know, it's much easier to stay over it like this than try to do that with the right analog stick, right? I can still do it, obviously, but it just requires a little bit more time. And I think these motion controls, that's what you want, right? Those are the motion controls you want. These ones in the shrines, not really. Biggest issue just being that they force you into a very, very uncomfortable playing position, and that's just not good. Anyway, you look at it, it's not something that you should really put into your game, to be entirely honest. Okay, let's see. I really, really wonder now if I possibly can get one of the ancient armors. I want to say that I just don't have enough materials for that, but... Why the heck are you here? What the hell? Horsey, what are you doing? Is it because of that tiny boulder in front of you that you could have just jumped over? Stop it. Why do I think that these research guys... Oh god. That was a direct hit on the building. Why do I want to say that these guys just kept it on for research purposes? Oh, do I have to grab another blue light? I might have to do that, right? So this was a lighthouse at some point in the past. Got destroyed, they found it, and just built a giant telescope on top of it. I kind of forgot that they also had just a teleport point available. What's that funky music? It's... Oh! Where the heck were you guys? Hey, you! What are you doing here? I love his... What, can you even call that glasses? The weird thing that he's wearing? Because it's wobbling around, I just noticed that. Yeah, I'm the Link. Mr. Hero, as I'm also known at in the Korok Forest in the Lost Woods. Completely forgot that they had this funky where's that tune? Are you the so-called Link? Yes, I am. That's too bad. If you were the legendary Link, there would be something important I'd need to tell you. But how can I determine with full certainty whether or not you are the true hero? Yes, how indeed? Yes, if you can show me the wounds your body suffered 100 years ago, that should prove you're truly Link. What the heck? How am I supposed to do that? Wait, what? You're pretty suspicious. If you are an acquaintance of Robbie's, you'll have to prove it to him. Do I have to strip for him? Is that what he's suggesting? Because how the hell are we supposed to show him wounds? What? Yes, the number of scars on your body, just as I remember. Was he the person that put us into the Shrine of Resurrection? Because how else would he remember the scars? Mr. Robbie, you're really, really suspicious. I don't know if I approve of your scientific methods here. Most seem to have healed, but they do line up with the scars I know you got during the Great Calamity 100 years ago. Yes, I acknowledge you as the real Link, so let us begin again. I am the lead guardian researcher and director of the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Doctor! Is he charging up? Robbie! Wait, where'd that sound come from? In any case, I really am impressed that you made it all the way out to this rather remote location. Did you perchance meet Pura and borrow her power? I met a child. Pura, a child? What? She really has a kid? Do you mean that Pura aged backward, and she is now a child? She got younger, yeah. He's certain. So she's as crazy as ever. Okay, dokie. Knowing her, I'm guessing she screwed up some experiment. Yes, typical. Let us return to the subject at hand, huh? Did you know that the Calamity is regaining its power? Very, very interesting way of putting that, right? He says, did you know that the Calamity is regaining its power? Not Ganon. Right? Because the Calamity is something else. It's that corrupting energy. Not Ganon. I think there is quite an important difference there, and hopefully one that we'll find out more about tomorrow. Well, I do know though. See, then I don't need to tell you my story, Tell me anyways. Yes, I see. In that case, the goal of our Sheikah Research Lab is simple, really. We aim to destroy the calamity that has endured across time, to rid Hyrule of its dark influence, and above all, to rescue Princess Zelda, who's now a prisoner of the calamity. We've worked ourselves to the bone conducting our research. For a time, I feared I'd pass before we could prevail. However, you, Link, managed to awaken before this old sack of flesh gave out. That means... Wait, that also means that he's over 100. How are these people... I mean, again, Pura, she aged backwards through her experiment, but how are there that many people that get to be over 100 years old? Has that ever been a thing in other Zelda games? I mean, it makes sense for the other races. The Zora, the Gorons. For the Hylians, though? Also, the way he's talking makes it seem as if he already was some sort of head researcher back when they brought Link to the Shrine of Resurrection, right? Because what other reason would there have been for him to be there? Which would mean that at that point he probably was at least over 30 already, kinda? I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of a... Maybe it would have made more sense to... you know, have the calamity happen, I don't know, 60 years ago or 50 instead of 100? The time is now. Yes. You and Namazu too? You. Now's the time to join forces with Ashika, yes. We must destroy the calamity. Rock on, buddy. All that being said... Is that... maybe the Sheikah just live longer than others? Oh, either way, let's do it. Yes, that's correct. Hoo-ha! You and I are going to join forces to put an end to the calamity. And on that note, sorry for the long preamble, but I'd like to provide you with some ancient soldier gear. Did you catch all that? Sherry, the ancient oven. You've given her a name... Right, it's ancient soldier gear, but I fear she's out of sorts at the moment. I'm afraid someone will have to bring the blue flame from the ancient furnace again. Oh boy. Okay, where is that thing? It's not too far away. Oh, shit. Do I really want to do that? The problem is you have to, since you have to carry the torch, you have to, you know, go all this way. And of course there's that annoying guardian. Although, you know what? Might be a good test for the castle. Let me equip my stuff here. Let's try to get rid of that guardian. Might as well use the Master Sword. Technically, it should deal quite a bit of damage to it. Oh, wait. Shit. Almost forgot. I do need a torch, though. I think there was one somewhere here. I like that, what's it called? Well, that sound that is sort of incorporated into the music, that sounds as if some sort of device is pushing out steam. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's see. I mean, technically I could just drop a weapon and pick it back up once we bring back the torch. Let's see. Let's see if the Thunderblade actually stays around while we're doing our thing here. Okay, where the heck was that guardian? I probably actually want to make sure to... Oh, there you are. I want to make sure to get... Or to take the actual path that I'm going to take with the flame. In case there's any other guardian around here. There we go. Easy. Especially easy with the shields, because we can just ignore the hit. There we go. You know what's gonna happen, though? While I'm running back with the blue flame, we're probably gonna get a blood moon. I have no idea how long it was since the last one appeared. But that's probably what's going to happen. Well, that being said, there are all these lanterns around that we can light on the way. So, even if I'm encountering a couple more enemies, I should be able to just light one of the flames and then deal with the enemies in theory. Although, while I'm here, might as well do that. Oop. Really? God, I hate fighting the skeleton guys. They're never really worth fighting, is the problem. Oh, that also means that I might want to wait for daytime. Well, no. Never mind. There's more than enough of these lanterns available on the way. It shouldn't be too difficult to just go from lantern to lantern and deal with this. Oh. I thought he was going to use... Oh, he is using a bow. Interesting. Huh. I guess he had to pick the bow up, and that's why he ran down from his pillar. Oh, that's... Oh, God. What kind of sleeping sounds are they making? Are you kidding me? He wanted to pick up the weapon. Bots. Gone. Oh. They really don't have high durability, do they? I was not aware of that. Huh. Okay, since I used my Master Sword a little bit, might as well keep using it, right? To eventually replenish its uses. There we go. Might as well take the spear. Always like spears. Vocal Club. What is this? Spiked Moblin Club. That's two-handed though, right? Yeah, but it is quite a bit more usable than this. Yeah, it's two-handed. Yeah, okay. Let's just keep that. Seriously, buddy. You know how loudly you're snoring? Not gonna lie, that is somewhat annoying. I mean, it's kind of fun that the monsters are flying away when you hit them a bunch of times with two-handed weapons. But I think that happens a little bit too easily, a bit too frequently as well. Because I think it's pretty much 2 hits back to back that make them fly away, and yeah. It's just sort of annoying to have to run past them, or after them. It is cool in regards to, considering that you cannot really use a shield with a two-handed weapon, it's kind of cool that you can instead just, oh, seriously, guys. That you can instead just knock them away, and it works too. It's kind of that second hit, right? How did you miss me? Oh boy, yeah. I definitely didn't think this would be this much of a run. Also, I think they definitely went a little bit overboard in terms of the amount of enemies that are here. Seriously? Let's see, what do I have to heal? I should have sold some of these a long time ago, right? Might as well eat this. Oh. Damn it. Let's use the trident. I think overall the weapons like the trident, spear weapons in general, they're just the most fun to use. Not only do they have a really, really good range, but they also... they're really fast, right? Which means that it's super easy to deal with most enemies. There we go. So let's light as many of these torches as I can. Don't necessarily think that I have to light them all, but it just makes the whole ordeal a little bit easier. Wait, how am I supposed to... where does the path even start? Oh, I guess it's this way, right? So it sort of spirals down the mountain. Yeah, they definitely went a bit overboard with the amount of enemies that are placed on this path. Imagine doing this when a blood moon comes up, right? That must suck. I have to go through... why is there no... what? Shouldn't there be a torch somewhere available here? Or a light to light? Oh, it's in front of him. Let's see here. Let's light this thing. Might as well use the Master Sword. Hotog, morning, how are you doing? Oh yeah, I'm doing great. I'm super excited for tomorrow, but also for today. I'm super excited to go into the castle and finally kick Ganon's ass. Especially since that's the one thing that I still haven't really done in the game, right? So, okay. The interesting topic to dream about. Did you play Fallout or something before you went to bed? Thank you. I wasn't quite sure if I really wanted to go with it since... I don't know, I have a feeling that a lot of people who are still replaying Breath of the Wild today probably are gonna, you know, use maybe a similar title. Don't hit me. There we go. Thankfully, these guys really aren't the best. Oh, oops. Shit. Why did I use my torch? No? Ah, seriously? That was a big frame drop when he was hitting me around. I thought I got rid of most of them when I walked up the mountain. That's even worse. Like, when you forget to swap your torch... like once, you're already at risk at not making it. Okay, let me see. Where does it continue? Can I just run away from you guys? Where's the next one? It should come up here somewhere, right? So technically, this is sort of the path that's winding down the mountain. Cue the end times music from Outer Wilds. That would fit as well. Oh, that would actually be great to have that in on sort of a... if I had some sort of soundboard or something. to have that music ready to cue. Also, maybe just as a background, the Majora's Mask Final Day music would be very fitting too. I want to say that a couple of these lights that you can light are very, very far apart, but I might have also just run past a couple of them here. There's another one. Cool. Maybe I shouldn't have even engaged with all the moblins. I think the main thing that you definitely have to take out, though, is the Guardian in front of the tech lab. Because that thing is definitely going to hurt you when you're just running around with a torch. Yeah, I'm definitely the same when it comes to music. That can really be sort of a make or break kind of thing. There are so many games that I feel just lack in the music department. Or even if they have sort of good music, they sometimes don't really know how to use it properly, right? Where it needs to come up in certain places, or maybe cutscenes are lacking music. That can make such a big difference in how you perceive a game. Because music, at least for me, it's always this thing that, how can I put this? It's one of those things where you kind of latch onto when it comes to memories, right? So whenever I remember a certain scene in a movie or something that I like a lot, like, of course, sometimes it's the dialogue or the character or anything like that, right? Obviously, there are other things that you can latch onto when it comes to memories, but of course it would turn off. Oh, it's starting to rain. Shit. That sucks. Where's the last one that I lit? Oh no, it's really, really far down, isn't it? There is one. But yeah, when it comes to thinking back on stuff, music is definitely by far my biggest thing that just makes me remember things, right? Remember scenes, places, just in general experiences from, yeah, it could be anything really, games, movies, and, well, the better the music, the better your way of thinking about it, right? And it stopped raining already? Did I just get unlucky here? Maybe I can proceed now. So I also just, I absolutely adore games that have good music. Which is partially why I love Final Fantasy XIV so much. The music in that game can be insane, right? Can also make or break sort of an encounter or a fight that you're doing. And, well, Zelda is another one of those franchises that is just known for insanely good music. And definitely a huge reason why I fell in love with the franchise in the first place. The fact that you can actually play music yourself. That was always, especially as a kid, that was such a big deal to me, right? Also makes me wish that you had the ability to play music on this. Only smell could be a strong attachment, yeah, but, well, maybe, thankfully, we don't have sort of 4D entertainment with smells all that much. I honestly don't think that would work that well, all things considered. As much as it could enhance the experience sometimes. Alright, there we go. Actually made it over here. Perfect. Hopefully I can still pick up my lightning blade that I left behind. Alright. Let's get rid of the torch. Nope. Lightning blade is gone. That's unfortunate. You, Link, listen up. My darling Cherry is back to normal. Such is the power of love. My love made Cherry well again. Okay, I don't know if I'm a big fan of how he talks about his weird little statue thing, but okay. Ah, well, thank you. Yes, quite. Now then, please take this as a gift of my gratitude now that Cherry is fixed. Oh, nice. I think... Right, this is where you can get them from. Now I remember. You can very rarely find these in certain places, but you can actually craft a couple here. Extremely effective against guardians. Well, now that I have the Master Sword, I don't think I'll really need these. Also, I think once I'm in the castle, we're not going to be fighting that many guardians. It's more going to be, you know, very strong moblins and such. They're made using secret Sheikah technology. With the addition of my upgrades, they have morphed into anti-calamity weapons, so to speak. Needless to say, they are an incredibly powerful type of ancient soldier gear. I like to call them ancient arrows. I still don't know where the audience is that is clapping every time he does that, but sure. In addition to ancient arrows, Cherry can make all kinds of ancient soldier gear. If you're looking to acquire some, give your ancient materials and rupees to Cherry. Why rupees? I heard that. Did you hear that? By the way, one thing that I absolutely love about the Zelda franchise, and I don't think many other games do that, is the using the font size to indicate how loudly characters are speaking. I don't think that is something that a lot of other games do. They're also using color a little bit, because sometimes if it's like a small font size and grayed out at the same time, that's when they're really sort of just mumbling to themselves. But it's such a nice addition to have that. I want to say that I don't know any other game really that does that. Ever since the fall of Hyrule Castle, we haven't had much in the way of funds for our research. That's why I thought you might be willing to help us out with rupees. Lots of them. I beg you. And let's do it, huh? The two of us. As soon as possible, yes. Let's conquer the calamity. Right. I think you know, have you ever thought about playing, I don't know, Guitar Hero or Rock Band? I think you would be really good at it. Okay, let's see. Hey, beep. Familiar name missing. Right. Holy crap, that's expensive. Right, you can also get the weapons from here. Ooh. I actually do have a couple of materials available. Okay. I'm lacking rupees though. And gears. Do I want to grab any of these? I mean, in theory, I could, I guess. That's a two-handed though. Ancient short sword, 40. Of course, ancient cores. I mean, it's not like I really am gonna come back here. Let's grab the sword. And that should be it for now. Let's see, what does it look like actually? Pretty awesome. I think these things have way higher durability though than the swords that you can grab from the guardians. Okay. Right. That also pretty much means that I'm done now with my preparations. I think let's go back to the stable real quick. I'm gonna have a very short sleepover to heal up. Then I can talk to Beetle again, maybe sell some stuff, also buy some stuff. I'm going to craft a couple items, and then we can pretty much make our way to the castle and finally confront Ganon. Although exploring the castle and killing a lot of monsters will probably also take a bunch of time. And also getting the last memory. I really hope that I'll be able to grab, I don't know, some sort of teleport point within the castle, because I don't really remember if that was a thing. So that I can potentially teleport back out once I have the memory, go to Impa, complete that quest, and then return to the castle. Right, let's go with the soft bet. until morning.
Ah. Oh.
But you know what? Coming back to the whole music topic, yeah, I just realized just the sheer amount of games and movies that I like. Maybe not mostly because of the music, but that I like to re-watch because of the music, right? I mean, it's one of those things, whatever it is really, whether it be, you know, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, obviously the big ones. In terms of games, Final Fantasy XIV, Zelda, Persona. Definitely Persona. That was such a cool find. Because I didn't really... Before I played Persona 5, I had no idea that franchise really existed. at all. And I also don't even entirely remember why I wanted to play Persona 5. I think I saw it, like, a bit after it released. When it, like, first went on sale or something. I just saw it in the PlayStation Store. And I was kind of intrigued, I think, because of its, like, image or something in the store, and then I watched like a trailer and thought, maybe I like that, right? And then the first like scene of the game, it just starts out with that insanely good music, and I was in immediately and more or less didn't put it down anymore until I played through it. So yeah, and I want to say that was mostly because of the music, right? I eventually, you know, grew to love the characters and the, well, also the turn-based combat and how well it flows. But what really got me into it was the music in the opening scene. Like the first, I don't know, probably like 10 seconds of the game. Immediately knew that it was going to be a good one. Simply based on the music. Or at least to, I think, 90% or something. Oh, so kind of same for you then, when recently watched someone stream P5? Yeah. Nice music and fun writing, that too. But the music is insane. Across the whole Persona franchise, when you then also start looking into the other ones, it's pretty crazy that they're able to come up with that stuff so many times. That must be not that easy to do, all things considered, right? Especially if your franchise is already known to have good music. Having to sort of pull that off again, I don't know, would probably feel very, very pressured if that was me who had to come up with, you know, new music pieces every single time. Also, it is quite insane, especially with P5, just how many good pieces of music are in that game. I guess if you have a good composer, the games that have good music, right, they, like, you'd be hard-pressed to find a bad piece of music in those games. But it is pretty crazy to think about. Okay, let's sell some stuff to him. Let's see. Considering that I'm about to head into the castle, in theory, I could sell off a bunch of stuff. That being said, I also don't really need rupees in the castle, right?
Wow!
Wow! So let's maybe... I can definitely sell this stuff, right?
Wow! Yeah!
Wow! Kind of wondering, I guess Beetle is just a very good merchant. Yeah. Because I'm kind of wondering where he has all the rupees from to actually buy that stuff off of me, but... guess that explains his whole setup here. Right, I wanted to sell these. I'm pretty sure that I don't need them anymore, and they're kind of clogging up my inventory. I mean, even if I were to encounter another place where I needed fireproof elixirs, I can just wear my armor. Right. Okay. Technically, I could maybe also get rid of this one. 180. You actually get a bunch of rupees for these, if they have a long duration on them. All the stuff that replenishes hearts, I definitely want to keep. That being said, No, heat resistance I don't need. Electrical resistance I might need. I don't know if there are going to be monsters inside of the castle that have maybe electrical weapons. And I think... Don't they make you fight? Oh no, I think that's only when you... So when you don't activate the divine beasts before you go into the castle, right? When you're not following that questline but head to the castle directly, I'm pretty sure they actually make you fight the 4 blights that otherwise appear in the divine beasts, and you kind of have to fight them back to back. And then this would definitely come in handy for the one that uses electrical attacks. But since I already got rid of them, I don't think they're going to come back. I'm not entirely sure. I'm definitely going to keep that one around. This one I can sell, though. This one definitely as well. Right. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. No, never mind. I should... Let's take a quick look. What do you sell? Actually, yeah. Let's grab these.
Yay! Wow!
Okay.
Wow!
And these are definitely going to come in handy too.
Yay!
Perfect. I was slightly worried that this was going to be a beetle who doesn't actually sell things that allow you to replenish hearts. But having hearty radishes actually is perfect. So now I can just prepare a couple meals. Probably just want to put these together. Let's put in a bunch of salt and cook them. Hey, Sai, welcome back. How are you doing? This fine morning, the final day before the release of Tears of the Kingdom. I might still want to keep an apple around, although technically if I'm heading to the castle, I don't really need to collect any more Koroks, considering that I wouldn't be able to bring the seeds back to Hastu. Yeah, let's do them one at a time. I think that's worth it, because that way they'll always be a full heal every single time. Definitely also want to keep my fairies around. Might as well just put in, yeah, big hearty radish and a piece of salt. Ah, you couldn't really sleep well either? Yeah, I'm just... Thankfully I did sleep well this time, but yeah. Whenever I sleep bad, that just really sucks. I can't really do much. Let's put it that way when I haven't slept well or when I'm tired. I really don't like that. I probably the thing that I hate the most about it is when you you want to push your brain, you know, to do things. You want to push your brain to a point where you're able to actually work or, you know, do whatever you want to do, and it just isn't able to because you're just too tired. I hate that feeling. I hate this feeling of knowing that I need to think but not being able to think. I don't know, something about that just is just really, really annoying to go through. So I definitely feel you. Yeah, it really is the worst. Let's just add some apples. Although, arguably on the other hand, it is sometimes quite great, at least when you have the time to do it, to like take a small nap in the afternoon or something. Replenish your energy, I guess, a little bit. Although, on the other hand, that's not exactly that easy to pull off. Whenever I do try to take a smaller nap, it always turns out that I just sleep for 2 or 3 hours. And then I cannot sleep in the evening. So, yeah. It's difficult to do. Sometimes I can do it. Okay, this is stealth movement. Let's see. Can I actually... What happens if I cook these? Okay. As I thought. So they probably needed another ingredient then? Let's just get rid of it. Eat. Recipe. Hey, what? Oh. I did not know that you're not able to get rid of food. That is interesting. There's no way to drop it, apparently. Huh. Well, guess I'm gonna keep it around and force Link to, at some point, eat some very, very dubious food. And that's unfortunate. Okay, I think the only thing that really remains is... I guess I can just mix these with the other stuff. Resistance against electricity, and then just add apples. I don't really need the effects, but the healing hearts are definitely going to come in handy. Protection against electricity. Let's do 3 and apples. Thankfully, you can always just add apples to increase the number of hearts you can replenish. Rock hard food during the sword trials. Poor Link, he has to endure so much. He really must be the bravest hero that he can eat all that, you know, dubious food and other weird stuff. Well, to be fair, I mean, when you really consider what all the different elixirs are made out of, that can also be quite weird combinations, right? Mixing up a bunch of monster guts with, I don't know, parts of butterflies, and then making him drink that stuff? I don't know. Not exactly what I'd want my meal to be like. Then again, if it makes you resistant to cold or heat or other things, guess I could suffer through that, depending on the effect and whether it be really good or not. Okay, I think this is pretty much all the health replenishing stuff that I have. So I want to say that I'm at least somewhat prepared to go into the castle. If it's not enough, if it turns out that I really have to come back and get more resources, whether it be weapons or food, then so be it, I guess. Yeah, but I don't really want to go overboard with it either. Honestly, it's also probably more fun to maybe not have, you know, a huge amount of resources available. I guess now the next question becomes, how do I even enter this thing? I mean, front entrance seems like the best way to do it, but I guess I could sneak in from here. Let's travel over there. Poor Link. I'm really excited to see what they're actually doing with the whole cooking system in Tears of the Kingdom. Because in theory, it already works quite well. I mean, I'm sure that we're going to get, you know, a bunch of new ingredients. Probably also because we have new enemies to fight that drop new stuff. But beyond that, I don't necessarily expect them to change it too much. Although they could maybe add another category of things? What would that be, though? Because as much as you can combine things here in Breath of the Wild, it really only comes down to 2 categories, right? You can either have food stuff that can, you know, be a full heal, add additional hearts, or have certain effects on it, like a certain buff. Or alternatively, you can make elixirs. So maybe there's going to be some sort of third category of things. Oh boy, okay, there's a bunch of you guys around here. Holy shit. I don't know if I ever took quite a sort of an in-depth look at this area. Because you can definitely see during the cutscene that shows when the city gets destroyed, but this is kind of an insane level of destruction, right? So the Guardians pretty much just went in and completely annihilated everything that existed here. Don't even really see rubble, aside from maybe the streets. Do I want to... I have the Master Sword. I could, in theory, fight at least one of them to have an easier path into the castle. I mean, at least one of them is definitely going to see me. I don't think I would be able to sneak past them.
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
Thanks for that. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. That's that one. Let's just grab this real quick. Fire. Okay, perfect. Okay. Maybe let's go over here. Are you gonna follow me still? Oh, he got confused for a second. Okay, come over here and definitely want to use the Master Sword. It's probably gonna run out of charges with me fighting this thing. I remember that being very, very annoying because they're quite quick at running away from you, and they're somewhat annoying to hit. I feel like that should have hit. Yeah. There we go. Once you turn them over like this, they're not that much of a threat anymore, honestly. Are you really still alive? What? Oh. Now you're back. I was gonna say, it felt like quite a few hits, considering that the Master Sword is powered up against them. Oh god. For a second I thought the music stayed around and the other thing had triggered. But no. Got it. Also, I definitely thought that the Master Sword was running pretty low on charges whenever you engage one of these, but I guess not. Definitely staying around quite a bit longer than I thought. Okay, that one is still alive too, right? Why are you not moving? Is he sort of halfway stuck in the ground or something? Okay, another one's active over there. Let's see. Also, you know what? Maybe it wouldn't be the worst idea to do a quick and cheeky save here. Always too distracted by the Guardians to notice. Yeah. Honestly, the probably best approach here would maybe be to just sort of beeline your way through it, right? Take your horse and just right into the entrance. So you definitely don't actually get that much time usually to look at it. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I don't think I've ever seen that. Maybe he loaded in incorrectly or something? Oh, there are eyes around here, though. Oh, of course. Oh, I did manage to get past it a little bit. Okay, there we go. But it is really, really sad to see, right? Part of me really, really wishes to know what the city would have looked like if it was still standing, right? Imagine without the calamity having happened, and if the game would take place sort of shortly before it. Imagine the insane possibilities and the insane number of NPCs and quests and trades and merchants and whatever that would exist in this place, right? Did he see me? Well, now he did. I guess he got... Did he notice me getting rid of the eye? Let's see. Maybe we can... Will he turn off again? Or do they also trigger through sound? Let's see, if I can move in a direction that keeps it behind the wall, maybe it'll work. There we go. Oh, there's a cooking pot here. Nice. That's pretty awesome that they... You know, it both makes sense in terms of this being a destroyed house that probably would have had one of the cooking pots inside of them. But it also obviously allows you to replenish resources if you really had to. Although there isn't that much stuff to find here when it comes to, you know, food. So I don't know how much that would really work. It is... The level of destruction here is pretty crazy to see, though. Oh. Huh. Cannot destroy that from the back. Interesting. Well, maybe it's a good thing that I don't destroy it, because that way the Guardian cannot really take the streets to run towards me. Wait. Oh, I guess he triggered again? It honestly makes me wonder, was this really only brought about by the Guardians themselves? Well, I guess we also saw at least Death Mountain becoming active, right? Through the corruption, like in the earth. So it might have been partially also due to more sort of nature-based things, because this could have not only been caused by explosions. This looks like either a nuke literally struck the city, or what it probably would have looked like if, you know, a giant amount of lava from a volcano hit it or something. Oh, probably don't want to trigger you either. I did not realize, however, how many of these eyes were around the place. So you can definitely get rid of some of the slime. That's interesting. Makes it easier to come back, I guess. Although, now that I'm looking at it, it is also not that easy to just beeline it to the castle because of the slime. So they do force you to at least engage with some of these enemies, right? To a certain extent. It could be the malice too, yeah. That's sort of what I was wondering about. I want to say that it almost looks like this sort of malice slime also over time just consumes everything that goes into it, right? Are you serious? He sees me from over there? Buddy, I'm doing research here. Can you please stop? Because even when I look at this splotch, for example, it almost looks like everything that is close to it has just been turned into, you know, earth, dust, slime. I don't know. Considering that it's sort of, well, I guess we could call it toxic, right? Because it's also, like, damaging Link over time. So maybe it has that effect that it's pretty much just rotting whatever material it touches and turns it back into its base materials or components or something like that. Oh, you've gone through the back, yeah. Well, that is probably the easier approach, right? Because the backside behind the castle is also a bit higher. I mean, the surrounding hills and areas. So it's just easier to fly over and then climb your way up. A couple of the banners are still around, though. Would they really that must have been some really, really sturdy craftsmanship if they stayed around for 100 years after this level of destruction. Huh. I also don't actually remember if this... Does this just open up? I honestly don't know how I approached this castle the first time I played through it. Oh. Wait, it actually plays some sort of cutscene here? I didn't know that either. Wait, so... But the cutscene is probably the same, no matter what direction you approach from, right? So it just triggers once you get close. The nothingness from Neverending Story, yeah. It's pretty... I want to say impressive to see. Definitely sad, but also... I don't know. So Zelda's energy. This is one thing that I absolutely love, though, coming here the first time and realizing that they actually included a map, so it's a proper dungeon, right? It even shows sort of entrances. Oh. I forgot that this thing circles around the entrance. Okay, that's you over there. Stop it. So there's some sort of cave system down there that we could use to approach the castle. Sort of circumvents the main path. Right, I could also do this. Makes it a bit easier to look at the map instead of looking at the bottom right corner of my screen. So, what exactly is the basic idea here? You can either take the main path through it, which I'm sure is probably going to contain a bajillion guardians and monsters and other things. Or you can, I guess, try a bit more of a stealthy approach through those lower gates to the left. I wonder if they'll circle around back here. Also, there actually seems to be one gate from the water? God, the music. That's really, really awesome. They even kept it in here for this. Though, I do have to remember that I still need to grab one memory, though. And I don't entirely recall which specific part of the castle that was in. I think it could be that tower, right? So the tower that's all the way to the top left now. With the 3 archways approaching it. 2 rather. Well, 3 if you include the one in the structure. I think that's the one that's related to the memory, right? Because it's the sort of a higher up bridge here. Yeah. I want to say it's that one. It also has that small little I don't know what you call that portion next to it. So I could take, in theory I could take the main path first, because I kind of want to see how many enemies are going to be here, and then I could just turn to the left once the other path works off and run towards that tower that contains the memory. Well, it arguably isn't that easy to find, right? You can only really sort of go off of the fact that there is this sort of bridge that you see. And technically it could be one of the walls that are surrounding the castle. Oh. Wait, what? Does it always... Wasn't that a perfect parry? Does that always still trigger the Gerudo Goron shield thing? I don't remember this awesome music being here though. It's so cool. It's so awesome. It's like the game really... I mean, it does know, obviously. The game really knows, okay, now's the time, right? Now we're really approaching the final journey of Link. I guess there's no way to get through here, huh? Kind of looking for an eye. There is one. I think it's on the backside. Do I want to... I'm not entirely sure if I actually want to explore in here first. Are these sections self-contained? Oh. Well, that's not nice. Or do they loop back to the outside eventually? Guess we'll see. I did bring my axe though, so it might be worth it to look into a couple of these crates. Yeah, there we go. Big hearty truffle. That's what I was looking for. Because I wanted to... I think I kind of remembered that there definitely are some healing items in here too. Okay, might as well start out with a spiked moblin club. One thing that I definitely also remember from my first playthrough is that once I did reach the castle, it just made me want to have more dungeons in the game even more, right? Than what I already thought about when I saw the Divine Beasts and how their dungeons worked. As cool as they are, they're definitely lacking in length. And... yeah. Oh, I have... yeah, sure. Shields aren't really going to be that much of a problem. The boomerang, though... let's get rid of this one. I can use that. I think I should maybe get rid of a couple of weapons with lower durability first. So let's actually switch over to the Wind Cleaver, because I think that breaks quite easily. No way to get through here either, right? Oh, wait a second. Holy shit, I didn't actually realize that it had an inside map too. Wow. Yeah, so I want to say that the last time I did this, like in my first playthrough, that I approached it from those lower level, like water level cave entrances. And the cool thing is that they even have a sort of connecting part there from the main entrance. So if you see, or if you, I guess for some reason, think, oh shit, from the main entrance it looks quite complicated, you have the option to fly down there. They're giving you that path, essentially, to go through the cave system. And then eventually, through that system, you're kind of going to end up at the same tower where I'm currently trying to get to. It does mean that most of the inside sections do actually connect to one another, which is interesting. Kind of interested to see what is over here in this big hall-looking place. I wonder if that's some sort of main hall, place where they maybe would have had, you know, big feasts or just eating in general with a lot of people. It really is great music. I love how they were able to incorporate the, well, what we know, right? The melodies and themes we know from other Zelda games, but make it you know, be this more haunting, almost, well, not distorted, but definitely very haunting melody. That incorporates the whole idea of this corruption and destruction. There could be a way to get rid of a bunch of slime. Yeah, I see the eye over there. So I think eventually you should be able to go through most of these places. I mean, this leads to where I want to go, so... might as well, I guess? I don't know how much of this is really worth exploring. I kind of want to see it all, but on the other hand, it is somewhat similar when it's inside, for the most part. They're really giving you a lot of resources in these crates, though. God's chamber. Ooh. That looks like a meat trap, doesn't it? Although I'm not entirely sure how I could trigger it. There's a button here. Oh. Huh. Neat. I don't know if it's necessarily the best idea to place an explosive barrel on it, but might as well do it. As long as this doesn't get destroyed, the door's gonna stay open. Okay, let's see. I mean, there's a bunch of exploding barrels next to them either way. The problem is if I shoot over normal arrows, isn't that gonna... Oh. Yeah, that didn't really work, did it? No. Let's try this. Well, it kind of worked. Not exactly the way I wanted it to. Oh, they're fast. Holy sh... I did not think they would approach this quickly. Okay, there we go. Thankfully, though, they are all carrying around, like, really, really strong weapons. One thing that I actually don't know, though, is... theoretically, we should still get blood moons in here, right? Ooh, that looks nice. So I'm not entirely sure what would happen if you get rid of a bunch of monsters and sort of explore the entire place and then a blood moon happens. That probably wouldn't necessarily be the greatest thing. Oh, wait, what? There we go. Nice. Shard of Nadra's Fang. This shard fell from the blue spirit Nadra's Fang. It's much harder than any metal, so it's impossible to process, yet rumors say it can be used as material for something. I don't think I ever found that on my first playthrough. What the hell? Holy shit, there's so many weapons here! Knight's Halberd. Well, I guess it is the guard's chambers or whatever it said. Claymore. Let's see. I mean, most... give me a second here. Alright, sorry about that. Just had to quickly talk to somebody about some important things. Now we can return to exploring the castle. I'm not... Was my approach with the bomb barrel the right idea? I'm not entirely certain about that. There has to be another way to get rid of those wooden beams, right? I want to say? Yeah, honestly, they're actually giving you so many weapons. Oh. Did I just trigger a flurry rush? While also pretty much... oh no, wait, the weapon was broken right away. That is the only thing where you kind of feel like the sort of 72, holy shit. Royal Guards Claymore. The Sheikah used the very essence of ancient technology to forge this greatsword. It was designed to oppose the Calamity, but its low durability made it impractical in battle. Rusty Claymore. I just wish we wouldn't get that many two-handed weapons. A bunch of rusty stuff around here. What's making that... Something's making the sparkly sound. Is it just the two-handed weapon? Honestly, I want to say one of the toughest parts of this castle is simply just choosing what weapons you want to take with you and which ones you don't want to take. And honestly, for the most part, I have so many great weapons that I don't even really want to take this. Especially since it's also a two-handed sword. Might as well use the Royal Guards Claymore then for a bit, because if it in fact really does have low durability, then we can probably kind of get rid of it quite quickly. What's over there? How do I even get there? Nice. A bunch of chests over here. Yeah, one thing that I wanted to say though is it feels like partially a reason for why they possibly did not include more lengthier dungeons is because the gameplay systems, specifically the whole weapon breaking system, definitely seems to be somewhat reaching its limits here, right? Because... Well, I did find that cool shard below the staircase, but aside from that, it's... there isn't that much stuff that really warrants exploration as such, right? Which is a bit unfortunate. I don't know, because the design of this castle, and it being this pretty extensive dungeon, is pretty cool. And I like it a lot. The problem just becomes at a certain point, I want to explore it because I want to see the castle, right? I want to explore it because I want to know, okay, are there guards chambers? What are these different rooms that we can get into? Sadly, though, from a gameplay perspective, in theory, I don't actually want to explore a lot of stuff because that kind of means that I'm just constantly... I'm using up my weapons and the durability of my weapons just to get more weapons, right? It's sort of a weird cycle that you're getting yourself into here. Oh boy. Nope. That's kind of not what I wanted to do. Holy shit. Nope. can you reflect these with the... Technically, you're able to do that with any shield, right? There we go. I didn't even remember there being these weird tower things. Oh, holy shit, there's even more. Ah! Get me out of here! Okay. Rusty shield. Which really also brings me back to that idea of maybe we really needed, I don't know, more sort of secret or ancient upgrade materials that would then also allow for more specific crafts or upgrades. At least they're giving us a bow here. Oh boy, is it a good idea to even... Where do I want to go? Partially want to stay on the outside because it has cooler music. Yeah, that's the issue. When you come here really, really early and just explore sort of a bit, maybe that's like partially how they wanted this to go. So maybe they thought that the place in and of itself would be intriguing enough for players to come here and just explore sort of a bit, realize, oh, you know, I'm kind of out of my depth. Just take a couple of materials with you, but not really explore too much, and maybe even come back multiple times over the course of the game. But it definitely shows the limits of this sort of gear durability system. Because, well, it's a giant dungeon. It takes quite a while to get through. It takes a while to explore. And obviously they couldn't have the player suddenly just run out of resources, run out of materials or weapons, because at the very end, you're fighting the strongest boss of the game. So at that point, you need to be really, really prepared to do it. Which kind of forces them to just give out materials, you know, pretty much to an infinite point. And weapons and every other things, because otherwise you really would just run out of weapons eventually, which would probably suck. So yeah, that I want to say that limits the... They probably just went with it because it's supposed to be sort of the last place you visit. It's supposed to be the last dungeon. And it is really cool, like this idea to just go totally ham and use everything that's available to you without regret. To a certain extent it works, and it works because it's only one sort of big final stretch of the game. But that is probably sort of the biggest reason as to why they did not really decide to include other dungeons in the game, because it would definitely at least partially break some other systems, right? Or make them feel not as great or not as how they were intended to be used, which is a bit unfortunate. And maybe having more endgame related ways to interact with gear would have potentially solved that situation, right? So if there was some sort of, like the Hylian shield that you can get, that can still break, right? So what if maybe you could find materials throughout the castle that allow you to upgrade both the Masked Sword and the Hylian shield, and also make the Hylian shield have infinite durability as well. And then also maybe some sort of Hylian bow that you could get that would be exclusive to this place, right? And then have other upgrade materials drop from chests or monsters in here, which would then also kind of naturally want to make you explore everything here to get those materials, right? And to make them permanent. I don't know if it would really work at the end though, because I don't know how many players would really be into the idea of collecting a bunch of stuff from this place, then kind of go back out, go to craft it, and then come back in. Doesn't really work that well either. And it still wouldn't solve the idea of including more dungeons like this in the game that would kind of run into the same issue, unless all of those dungeons would have maybe one specific set available to them that you could permanently craft, but then what you're doing with its strength, right? It cannot be too strong, because otherwise you're Like, what would be the point of gathering any of the other sets from the other dungeons? But if you're making it too weak, then the player wouldn't want to be exploring around a lot and crafting it in the end, because it just wasn't going to be worth it. So it's a difficult problem to solve when you're going in with this base system. Like, even if you include opportunities to make gear partially permanent, right, through certain upgrades, it still doesn't really solve the issue. It doesn't really give the game the possibility to go back to what the older Zelda games did with a very specific design of dungeons around certain key items that you can find and really open up completely new ways to interact with the environment, right? Yeah, and there are ways to come back here. So maybe that's kind of what they wanted to go with. Like, whenever you wanted to grab some really, really strong gear, just come back here. But then again, on the other hand, the difference between, let's say, a two-handed sword with 50 attack power and a two-handed sword with 72 attack power that you can get here isn't really big enough to warrant constant trips back to the castle, right? So even from that point of view, it doesn't really work that well. It is quite a big issue. And the problem is, you cannot even, like, even if we would go as far and say, well, what if you included a bunch of the other items that are available as key items in other games? So, I don't know, let's say the grappling hook, right? I mean, I guess the grappling hook could work as some sort of permanent addition to your gear set. But then you'd also have to include, I mean, I guess you could make the world, or you could make the grappling hook just be able to grapple onto everything. I mean, maybe that would have worked. Sort of just come up with cool ways to change up the familiar gear from other Zelda games into versions that sort of take Breath of the Wild's approach to world design into account. Maybe that could have worked, although I'm pretty sure that it would have required a bunch of very, very specific... Like, it would have made the development of the game, you know, probably take another, I don't know, another year or two if you really thought about, okay, now we're gonna include, like, I don't know, 10 different key items that you can get across. Oh! Hello, Mr. Lionel. I did not expect you to be here. Oopsie. I probably shouldn't have just willy-nilly walked in here. Shit. This is bad. Oopsie. Okay, definitely don't need that buff. Oh, god damn it! Why are you so fast? Ugh. Do I want to eat this? Might as well eat this and maybe heal up with... Didn't I get a bunch of stuff earlier? Or maybe not enough. Probably not enough. Yeah, not enough at all. I probably want to keep that for crafting too. Oh, come on! What the hell is that reach? I disagree with that. I feel like I'm hitting my Flurry Rush. Okay, that was too early. Okay, that works too. Really? That was... There we go. I don't know why it didn't trigger the Flurry Rush earlier with the other... god. And now the weird skulls are coming in too. No. But damn it. Don't... Seriously? By the way, is there no way to, I want to target the line hole and not the other things. How? Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. Can you please give me the option to target what I actually want to fight instead of the other things? Okay, that was equally weird. Damn it. And now the frame rate is getting increasingly bad too. That's always really fun. There we go. Nice to be churning through a bunch of resources here. God. Got a bit lucky there. Where did that arrow go? Damn it! That was the wrong button. Let's see. Might as well. What? Okay, seriously though, am I forgetting something about being able to target different targets? Because I was pretty certain that you'd be able to swap between targets once you target anything, right? But apparently that's not possible. That also should not have... Ah, this is just annoying. Why are the damn skulls here? That just makes the fight less fun. And I don't even... Is it because he's jumping at me that makes my flurry rush not trigger? Did they not think about that? I don't know. There must be a way to target different things, right? Because usually with games, you have the opportunity to just cycle through targets if you like press the right analog stick in a direction whenever you're targeting something. Did they just not include that? I was so sure that that option existed here, but apparently it doesn't. Should hopefully be it, although maybe not. Well, there we go. Okay, this sucked. How the hell is that not an option to be able to switch between targets? I don't get it. Like, seriously. You have to tap the lock button? But it also just... Yeah, I want to say... Oh, it gives you... Because Okay, let's wait for these things again. Also, you know what? That kind of solves the issue. I should have just done that right away.
The root's protection is now ready to roll.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you... Yeah, you kind of go in with the lost resources again, right? Okay, now it shouldn't really be an issue. Well, now I'm the problem. Maybe I'm... You know what? Let me actually check the system. Move, change room, change weapon, whistle, focus. Sort of the basic controls. Ability. Use the weapon, focus. So focus is targeting. It doesn't say anything about switch targets, right? At least not here. Charge attacks. How are there some tutorials that I don't have? I'm pretty sure that you cannot change targets, which, yeah, kind of makes the whole fight pretty bad. Because Lionels are pretty fun to fight, like when you fight them on their own, like this. Because now it becomes, you know, a fight about being able to trigger flurry rushes and being able to be good at, you know, guarding and things like that. But if you constantly have these skulls in between that just make it so that you cannot actually target what you want to target and fight, then kind of defeats the point of even fighting this thing on its own. Oop, that was bad. Also, I should... Let me see, do I still have... Because this way is super fun, right? Fighting a Lionel, like, on its own like this, that's cool. I really, really like this. But with the skulls, it was just annoying. And the problem is if you don't really... I do think that the game sort of takes into account the Lionel's attacks if you... Oh, there we go. If you just jump, so I'm pretty sure you don't have to be targeted on him to be able to trigger the flurry rush. Oh, okay, that was not the right timing. Ah, that's difficult to do, to hit the timing on the third hit. Man, I churned through a bunch of healing items here. What else do we have? Problem is I went through all my fairies too, which kind of sucks. Although I definitely like that the game respawns you in this place. What is that? It's also a 3. Yeah, let's go back to this one. Ah, damn it! God, this is tough to do. Also, one of the bigger problems was that whenever the skulls were on screen too, it just dropped the frame rate a lot more than it would have otherwise. So now it's not exactly perfect, but it definitely keeps the frame rate more, you know, more stable. But I guess you could call it my fault for not, you know... What is he doing? What was that? Oh, I forgot the... Ah, damn it. I forgot the mount option. Ah. I thought he would charge at me. At least that's what it looked like. Oh, that attack is so much quicker. Still think that should have triggered Flurry Rush. Well, that's definitely going to make the rest of the castle exploration a lot more difficult. There we go. That is actually somewhat easy to get, right? Because hitting its head is not that difficult to do either. Oh. Wrong button. There we go. Oh, shit. Nope. Oh god. I used up way too much stuff here. Let's go with that. Really? That was not his head? Come on. I don't really like the timing on that though, because I feel like it takes way too long to for Link to get back up. God damn it. Yeah, you can't really do much. Disagree with that one. Yeah, let's get a defense buffer up again. Really? Not exactly spectacular. I feel like I did that pretty poorly, but it worked out in the end either way. Vinyl guts. I never got those. At least it gives you a bunch of resources. Well, that was a lot of resources lost, wasn't it? Either way, at least I did it. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the problem now that I just went in with not enough items that allow you to heal up completely. The problem is if all your stuff is constantly overriding your buffs, that's really not what you want to happen. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it was definitely my fault not for getting rid of the eye really quickly. I guess I didn't really think about the possibility of there being an eye up there that it could get rid of for some reason. But I also just thought that I would be able to swap between targets and, well, just fight the Lionel, because I felt like the scouts wouldn't really be too much of a problem. Clearly, though, I was wrong. Well, hopefully this is going to be the only one in here, because otherwise it's going to be a bit of a problem. Oh, it's really awesome, though. You can, if you have the Zora armor and stuff, you can utilize the waterfalls to get up to the castle quickly, right? Pretty sure you're able to do that. That's such an awesome detail that they include those possibilities as well. Oh god, the frame rate's really chugging in here though. Ugh. Okay, let's see. In order to get up to the bridge to where I want to go, I probably want to go up a little bit higher. Do these things turn around? Let's see. Okay, that was weird. I don't know what Link was doing there for a second, but... And that probably wasn't really... that good. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it alone, honestly. Otherwise, I'm gonna run through even more resources here. Let's actually eat that. Definitely feeling the frame rate a lot here. Not for visuals. I don't really mind the frame rate dropping too much for visuals, but it makes it so that you're very frequently just not able to... Wait, did you heal? Didn't I just hit it twice with my... Weird, but okay. It just means that the game actually quite frequently drops some of your inputs as well. Which does simply not feel that great. Okay, so how are we getting over there without doing... Oh, there is a... okay, there is a staircase behind here. If I can somehow avoid that guy. Okay, now it's fine. I think it's... Oh yeah, it's definitely chugging over there. It might be because of the two of these eye things being quite close there. Okay, let's see. Can I try to hit you with these? Come on, looking. Nope. Oh. You could just hit them normally and it's going to deal an insane amount of damage.
Now ready to roll.
Okay, at least I have that protection back, so that's good. There we go. Did not realize they would be this easy to take out with the arrows. I probably should have grabbed a bunch more of those at the research lab then, instead of the sword. That would have been a really, really good call. I thought they would, like, I don't know, deal 2-3 times as much damage as normal arrows, not, you know, 15 times as much damage. That's pretty awesome. How much damage is that per hit? Like 500, right? That's really insane. Okay, Lionel didn't even really have that much good stuff. At least I do have that, like all the protective powers, because otherwise this would probably end badly at some point. Oh, it's a one hit if you hit the eye directly? Okay. That's insane. Dude, I really should have picked up more of those arrows then. I did not realize it was going to be that important. Well, at least that definitely warrants the cost of the arrows, right? So the rubies and the materials for it, if they're that strong. Ooh. We get Zelda's diary? I guess because we're close to the place with the memories. So this must be her, I guess, room? Not really. Or did she live here? At least part of her chambers? Probably where she had all her, like, research books and stuff, right? I cannot actually believe. I'm honestly really annoyed by her father pushing her towards mastering her ability to control the calamity versus her her wishes to just study more, right? I mean, during that other memory that I found earlier, she was pretty much talking about her father saying she was playing scholar, which is honestly pretty crazy to think about, at least from my perspective, because wouldn't you want to know as much as you can about these contraptions, about the technology you're employing here, especially if it is something ancient that you've dug up? I want to say that if, you know, honestly, if they maybe would have focused on that and would have let her do her research, she could have possibly been able to discern that, you know, digging up all the ancient technology and trying to use the Divine Beasts against Ganon could result in this catastrophe, right? Because maybe she would have found out that they can, in fact, be corrupted, or she would have at least maybe guessed that something like this could happen, or that control could be sort of taken away from them. Dad sucks. That's a good way of putting it. It's just insane to me because if, you know, let's suppose they would have gone with the traditional story of, I mean, it is actually, you know, good writing to that regard, because they're not going with that traditional story of, oh, you know, she's a princess, she's a woman, so she isn't allowed to learn combat or whatever, right? Let's suppose she had wanted to become very, very powerful herself, right? Very skilled with a sword, for example. And maybe that's why she would have resented Link, because he's the knight that's protecting her instead of her doing that yourself. And I know, you know, at least partially that sometimes shines through that maybe that's what she also resents him for. But I kind of would have understood her father from that perspective, right? Because if he wants her to focus on this Triforce power she holds instead of fighting, I would have understood, because Link is there, right? That's his job to protect her, right? I would have understood that, at least partially, even though I wouldn't have agreed with it. But making her stop her research? That is insane to me, because that is the best path to be able to not only understand her power, but also understand where it comes from, understand what its potential strengths and weaknesses are, and also potentially learn about just the, I don't know, structure of the world, right? Where does this energy come from, and how can we truly use it? Because they could have potentially come up with an entirely different solution too. What if they had been able to just trap Ganon inside of the castle without activating all the Divine Beasts and Guardians, right? Because then they would have had the contraption without the ability of those weapons to be turned against them. I don't know. It's such an insane stance to take from a father's perspective. It's really dumb. Well, true. If you're taking sort of the same stance with like similar to, you know, her being able to do combat herself, it's definitely a valid argument to say that, well, anyone can do the research, but she has that unique ability. I would say though that being the one who has that power available to them makes it definitely easier to understand it, right? I want to say that there is at least a certain component to research like that that wouldn't really be able to be carried out without the person actually holding that specific power. So even though partially the research could have been taken over by others, at a certain point she still would have been in there either as a subject herself or studying herself and looking at different things that maybe only she would really be able to understand and get behind, right? So yeah, it's definitely interesting to think about in a way of what could have been if her father wouldn't have been such a dick to her. And also one thing that is going to be really, really interesting to see it, like how, you know, if she does play a larger role in Tears of the Kingdom, which I assume she would. I mean, why wouldn't she, right? How is that whole research angle going to come into that? Because honestly, from my perspective, I would be all for, you know, digging through 1,000 ancient ruins, sort of with Zelda on your side and just figuring out a bunch of super cool lore about the world, right? That would be awesome. Don't know if they're really going to go for that, though. I don't think there are going to necessarily be too many sections where you go together with her, because I feel like that's not really going to work with the kind of gameplay idea they're going for. But either way, it would be awesome. After meeting with the champions, I left to research the ancient technology, but nothing of note came of my research. The return of Ganon looms, a dark force taunting us from afar. I must learn all I can about the relics so we can stop him. If the fortune teller's prophecy is to be believed, there isn't much time left. What's that about a fortune teller? Is that Impa or somebody else? And how are they able to do that? Huh. Well, maybe it's not so much fortune telling, it's just looking at the signs of, you know, calamity approaching. But turning over these thoughts in my head puts me ill at ease. I suppose I should turn in for the night. P.S. Tomorrow my father is assigning him as my appointed knight. I set out for Goron City today to make some adjustments to Divine Beast Var Rudania. I still recall feeling his eyes on me as I walked ahead. The feeling stayed with me so long I grew anxious and wary. It is the same feeling I felt before in his company, and still not a word passes his lips. Yeah, Link, what the fuck are you doing? Like, at least talk a little bit? I never know what he's thinking. Makes my imagination run wild, guessing at what he is thinking but will not say. What does the boy chosen by the sword that seals the darkness think of me? Will I ever truly know? Then I suppose it's simple. A daughter of Hyrule's royal family, yet unable to use sealing magic. He must despise me. What the hell, Link? Like... Talk. I said something awful to him today. My research was going nowhere. I was feeling depressed and I had told him repeatedly not to accompany me. But he did anyway, as he always does, and so I yelled at him without restraint. He seemed confused by my anger. I feel terribly guilty, and that guilt only makes me more agitated than I was before. I want to say that even, like, Link's behavior here might also be... I'm not saying that, you know, it's necessarily the easiest to talk about that, but it certainly did not help her actually understand her powers and come up with a solution. I'm unsure how to put today's events into words. Words so often evade me lately, and now more than ever. He saved me. Without a thought for his own life, he protected me from the ruthless blades of the Yiga clan. It's also really cool if you've already collected all the memories that this diary is sort of going through all of them. Though I've been cold to him all this time, taking my selfish and childish anger out on him at every turn, still, he was there for me. I would ever forget that. Tomorrow I shall apologize for all that has transpired between us, and then I will try talking to him, to Link. It's worth a shot. And it's really, really cool then thinking back on seeing all of these memories unfold, how much more they both open up to each other, right? Bit by bit, I've got Link to open up to me. It turns out he's quite a glutton. Can't resist a delicious meal. Yeah, he also can't really resist non-delicious meals either. When I finally got around to asking why he's so quiet all the time, I could tell it was difficult for him to say. But he did. With so much at stake and so many eyes upon him, he feels it necessary to stay strong and to silently bear any burden. A feeling I know all too well. For him, it has caused him to stop outwardly expressing his thoughts and feelings. I always believed him to be simply a gifted person who had never faced a day of hardship. How wrong I was. Everyone has struggles that go unseen by the world. I was so absorbed with my own problems I failed to see his. I wish to talk with him more and to see what lies beneath those calm waters, to hear him speak freely and openly. And perhaps I too will be able to bare my soul to him and share the demons that have plagued me all these years. This is actually quite, you know, not exactly painful, but sad to read through, right? Just seeing all of the mistakes pretty much that were made, not necessarily by her, but just because of her environment, sort of, that definitely had, I would say, a big part in this calamity happening the way it did. Father scolded me again today. He told me I am to have nothing more to do with researching ancient technology. He insisted that I focus instead on training that will help me awaken my sealing magic. I was so frustrated and ashamed I could not even speak. I've been training since I was a child, and yet Mother passed the year before my training was to begin. In losing her, I lost not just a mother, but a teacher. And it's so insanely sad to see, because I feel like if her mother died, you know, sort of closely before her training was to begin, it kind of must have been pretty hard on her father too, right? So I'm sure that he wasn't always sort of that harsh to her. I want to say that that probably partially also came out of maybe a fear of his own, just like what Link and Zelda felt, that he probably wasn't equipped to sort of handle a daughter that needed somebody to show her how that power works properly, right? And her father being ill-equipped to do so probably then led to him being frustrated and not really knowing how to approach the situation beyond just trying to sort of push her to do it. That doesn't exactly excuse his behavior, but it, well, definitely explains it. And it's pretty crazy to think about how many different sort of pieces of the puzzle had to come together for this to, I guess, unfold in this really, really destructive way. Because if any one of those gears had turned, you know, a slightly different direction, it might have not panned out this bad. Mother used to smile and tell me, Zelda, my love, all will be well in the end. You can do anything. But she was wrong. No matter how I try or how much time passes, the sealing power that is my birthright evades me. Tomorrow I journey with Link to the Spring of Power to train, but this too will end in failure. Such is my curse. I had a dream last night. In a place consumed by darkness, a lone woman gazed at me, haloed by blinding light. I sensed she was not of this world. I don't know if she was a fairy or a goddess, but she was beautiful. Was it like Goddess Hylia? Her lips spoke urgently, but her voice did not reach me. Would I have heard her if my power was awoken? Or was my dream simply a manifestation of my fears? I'm sure I will know the answer soon, whether I wish to or not. I turned 17 today. That means this is the day I will finally be allowed to train at the Spring of Wisdom. When Link arrives, we will set out for Mount Lanayru. The other champions will accompany us there. I've not seen my father since he last scolded me. Things are too strained now. I will meet with him when I return. Actually, I've had a horrible feeling ever since that weird dream. No one would believe a failure of a princess, but right now, for no particular reason, I am filled with a strange and terrible certainty that something awful is about to happen. And as we saw, it definitely did. This must be her room though, right? Her chambers, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Kind of crazy that this is just sort of lying around here, right? This is pretty easy to miss, I want to say. I mean, once you're in here, the book is easy to spot, but I wonder how many people just passed by this place. Princess Zelda's room. Oh, wait, did I already mention that beforehand? Pick up? Oh. Yeah! Did not expect one of you guys to be here. Maybe they could sense that sort of a lingering presence of Zelda was still here. It really... It brings up so many questions at the same time, doesn't it? I want to know more about the way the Triforce functions. So I guess we do know that it's sort of passed down through the generations, right? So it's definitely a sort of, you have to be a descendant of the original bearer of the Triforce. But who was that, by the way? Oh, sorry. I mean, I know that the other games sort of go into that. But maybe not in as much detail as they should. I'm really feeling my lack of Skyward Sword knowledge now more than ever. Because I want to say there's probably a lot there too. Oh, whoops. Wait, how do I get up there? Guess I could... Let's see. Ooh. This one. Should be able to climb up from here, right? Yeah. Wind Waker does a really interesting thing with the Triforce lineage. Yeah, I have played it. I mean... in what regard, though? You mean because the Princess Zelda is technically a quote-unquote random pirate? There we go. Let's pick up the memory first. I do just want to know, like... what really are the connections, or not connections, but rather, like, really, why does it exist? Sort of, what's the point behind it? What sort of bigger force would want the Triforce to exist this way? But also, what is it specifically, right? Is it... Because with all of this technology, I constantly think that it must be not some goddess power per se, but more than
we
that.
can actually control them. At the current rate, we'll soon know all we need to know about the Guardians and the Divine Beasts. And should Ganon ever show itself again, we'll be well positioned to defend ourselves.
What are you doing out here, Zelda?
I was assessing the results of the experiment with the Guardians. These pieces of ancient technology could be quite useful against them.
I know that. They are essential to Hyrule's future, and our research demands that we keep a close eye on them. However, as the princess, you currently have a crucial unfulfilled responsibility to your kingdom.
He sounds way too young,
Let me
doesn't
ask
he?
you once more, when will you stop treating this as some sort of childish game?
I'm doing everything I can. I'll have you know that I just recently returned from the Spring of Courage, where I offered every ounce of my prayers to the goddess.
And now you are here wasting your time. You need to be dedicating every moment you have to your training. You must be single-minded in unlocking the power that will seal Calamity Ganon away.
Yeah, I don't really think that's how it works.
Don't you see? There's nothing more I can do. My hope is that you'll allow me to contribute here in whatever way I can.
No more excuses, Zelda. Stop running away from your duty. As the king, I forbid you to have anything to do with these machines from this moment on, and command you to focus on your training. Do you know how the gossip mongers refer to you? They are out there at this moment, whispering amongst themselves that you are the heir to a throne of nothing. Nothing but failure.
I'm sure that's gonna help her.
It is woven into your destiny that you prove them wrong. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
I honestly have to say, though, the Guardians kind of look pretty freaky even when they're not corrupted, right? Don't exactly look like a friendly machine either way. I guess they're meant for war, but still. Oh, right. True. I was thinking more about Zelda in that moment. Yeah. The Link of the game isn't really a descendant, he has to earn it. True. Although, I don't really know. Isn't that sort of true with most Links? Or do they always in the end turn out to be the descendant? Like, is it just that the descendant sort of naturally gravitate towards that, and then they earn their power and then it activates because they're a descendant? Or is it the other way around where the Triforce sort of chooses the one that because I don't really know, because I want to say there has to be more to that, right? I don't think that it's purely sort of a you're the descendant of it kind of thing. Because it has so many different sort of ideas or possible ways of, I guess, activation attached to it, right? And is somewhat different from game to game too. Oh wait, we're back here? Oops, did I go the wrong way? Yeah, I wanted to take a look at the other tower. I don't really know. It's just that it feels like it's not... It's always presented as this almost sort of divine power that has been gifted to them, and then it's just passed down through generations. And even if it's not necessarily passed down through the sort of Link, through the hero of time, or, you know, whatever kind of title he has in the different games. Oh, oops. Still moving away? Or... Let's just get through real quick. Hey, that's a study room. That's cute. Don't think I want to pick that. Let's leave the flower here. She was studying those, right? We saw that in one of the memories. That's a really, really cool detail. Not just that the flower is here, you know, for it being, you know, a princess and a silent princess is that, but also that sort of connection that she actually studied these. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's that... I mean, it appears as sort of just storytelling, right? That facilitates all of this. And to a certain extent, it probably has been that over most of the games. But eventually they did decide to kind of make more of it, right? And definitely include more and, I guess, more meaningful and complex lore behind it as well. Which just makes me wonder if they're gonna... Especially now with Tears of the Kingdom coming up, if they're going to go more into that and maybe explain, or at least partially go over as to what might have happened sort of in addition to that, or what that power could be in addition to it, right? Yeah, in terms of a storytelling device, I mean, it does work pretty well, I would say, in that regard. I just want to know if they, like, have they planned out, or not necessarily planned out, but are there more things going on that beyond them sort of just going into the, beyond the people themselves, I guess, right? Is it some sort of eternal struggle between sort of the Triforce pieces that have to exist because of how the world was created? Is it just sort of innately part of this world that these people will always exist, or is it something else? Can it be manipulated or passed to somebody else if you were to somehow be able to tap into that? I don't know. It is interesting. Yeah, they definitely, I would say that you're definitely also correct in that they, well, probably wanted to tap into a bit more of a different player base too with this, which I guess they kind of succeeded with as well. Her character is definitely a lot more developed in this, which is interesting considering that the cutscenes still aren't really that long. But, yeah, in the other games, it's pretty much, oh, there's a princess, here you go. Although, not entirely. I mean, the Zelda in Twilight Princess is sort of a mysterious person. In Wind Waker, well, she is the Pirate Tetra, right? So she does get quite a bit of screen time there, too. I thought that was also a really cool way of approaching it. Especially because they do show her in a completely different role other than the princess. I guess I've also liked, well, especially coming from Ocarina of Time being my first game, I've always liked the sort of the whole background of the Triforce's creation as well, though. Sort of detached from Link, Zelda, and Ganon, but rather as sort of a force of nature or a certain thing that was either attached to... Was it really goddesses, right? Is that also just a legend that was passed down, but it was actually something else? It's really hype. The last trailer, when was that released? Is that the one, because I do roughly know when they release trailers, even if I didn't watch them. Like 4 weeks ago. Okay, yeah, then I think I know which one you're talking about. I did not watch that. Man, now I kind of want to. That always sucks. That's the annoying thing with trailers, right? You don't really want to spoil yourself on stuff, but at the same time, the trailers can be really, really cool. Like, sometimes I don't necessarily mind if a trailer shows a certain thing, because, I mean, at the end of the day, right, the reason why you typically don't want to get spoiled on certain things, I mean, of course you don't want to get spoiled on you know, big story beats, but even other things can sort of be a spoiler, right, when it comes to locations and some such. But, well, for me, it's sort of about, okay, how cool would it be to discover a certain thing in the game versus how cool is it to discover it in the trailer, right? Because those things can be kind of equal, especially if it's a really, really good trailer, right? It's cut really well, it has awesome music attached to it, it just works really well as a trailer. Sometimes, I would say, at least for me, the sort of amount of, well, I don't really want to say hype, but the amount of excitement, maybe, that you can get out of that can be equal or even higher from a trailer versus uncovering that in the game. So this idea of staying completely blind and not watching trailers, I don't know, most of the time isn't really for me. But then at the same time, I also think that sometimes, unfortunately, they're just releasing too many of them, right? So instead of having maybe like a teaser trailer, then an actual trailer, and maybe a launch trailer, a lot of the time you get sort of, you know, teaser trailer, trailer 1, 2, 3, launch trailer, gameplay reveal number 1, gameplay reveal number 2, and then you get, you know, a bunch of YouTubers having played an early version, right? And through all of that combined, that is way too much. So now it becomes a difficulty of knowing, well, are there trailers that are worth watching because they're really good? I don't know, it's sometimes a pretty tough deal. Going to be kind of sensitive. Yeah, I also changed over time. I definitely watched a lot more sort of gameplay and spoilers, you know, a couple of years ago, and now I'm definitely also more gearing towards wanting to stay a bit more blind on certain things, but I also think that is partially due to them just revealing more things in trailers as well, over the last couple of years, unfortunately. Yeah, for Elden Ring, that was definitely also understandable. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm still gonna watch that trailer. Might be worth it, actually. Did they do another gameplay reveal in that quick play? Anything that happens in the second half? Yeah, that can also be. Although, you know, with revealing certain bits about, you know, a certain, you know, maybe second half of the game or something, it also just heavily depends on how it's cut together, right? Because sometimes, at least Final Fantasy XIV sometimes manages to cut things where you think they belong to entirely different points, right? Of their patches or expansions. And it's sort of a fake out, which can also work quite well. But yeah, that also definitely highly depends on whoever's doing the trailers and how they're cutting it and why. Yeah, when it comes to characters, and especially with movies, that can spoil quite a bit, that is true. Some story elements, some new mechanics, yeah, the mechanics I'm not sure about. Yeah, if it works like that with, you know, yeah, they showed the final boss and then it's actually not, I think that works really well. But if you're doing that every single time, then it stops working well, right? Because that's another sort of deal. If your trailers are very similar from I guess, game to game or expansion to expansion, that can also become an issue. I don't know. It's definitely very, very difficult. And it's even more difficult when you then consider, well, do I watch it? Do I not watch it? Because you don't really have anything to go on, unless maybe you have a very close friend that knows you really well and has already watched it. But then that would suck too, because that would mean that they'd have to watch it, right? Without knowing what's over. I don't know. It's sort of a impossibly to solve problem for the most part. Today I met with Impa of the Sheikah tribe and began my research into the ancient technology in earnest. Impa introduced me to Pura and Robbie, other respected members of her tribe. Okay, seriously, how old were those three? If they, after 100 years, are still around? Can they just get like 200 years old? So this must have been, her research notes must have kind of been written before her diary then, right? Or at least partially, no wait. Her diary was probably partially written, but then she continued that on while her research notes probably will stop after her father sort of scolded her. At least that's what I think kind of happened, right? Tomorrow I embark on an excavation with them. We hope to find ancient tech with which to operate the guidance stones. Today we uncovered some ancient technology that we believe may have the power to control the guidance stone. It is a rectangular object, small enough to be held in my two hands. Sheikah text is featured prominently on it. It is made of an unknown material, but we believe it is the same as the shrines scattered across each region. Imagine if they hadn't even found the Sheikah slate. None of this would have really been possible, right? Impa proposed that I hold on to it for now. I hope that it leads to some new developments in our research. That being said, we don't know how many of these tablets the Sheikah produced, right? Because in theory, I guess... I mean, if you consider how many tablets are around in our time now, if somebody was to uncover that, 1,000 years from now, they're probably going to find a bunch of them and think that it would be really unique, but it actually wasn't. The stone relic we discovered has been named. We're calling it the Sheikah Slate. We've not found any mention of a name for this object in the records we have unearthed so far. Nevertheless, Pura insisted we call it Sheikah Slate, as the relic is a slate made by the Sheikah tribe. Seems like a good idea. Feels a bit on the nose to me, but it was not a fight I thought I could win. I wish she would have included what she wanted to name it. We did it. We were finally able to restore some functionality to the Sheikah Slate. We've discovered that the stone slate is capable of producing images, perfect likenesses of the things you pointed at. Imagine if, like, I don't know, people 500 years ago would have, like, if we were some ancient civilization and then sort of the Middle Ages came back around and they would discover, I don't know, an iPad on the ground, or in the ground, and it still turned on, it was functioning, and they suddenly had, that would be insane, wouldn't it? Because it's like we've gotten so used to, I don't know, screens, phone screens, tablet screens, all kinds of screens. We have mirrors that can tell you the weather, right? We have windows that can turn themselves opaque if you want them to. Sometimes I do wonder how that would look like to, I don't know, if let's say Galileo suddenly was resurrected from his grave or something, and he saw that insane level of technology, what, sort of a well-known researcher would think about it. Would probably be a pretty funny reaction. Unlike normal pictures drawn by hand, this requires no artist to capture anything in perfect detail. I deeply admire the accomplishments of Sheikah technology. Still, I know there is more to learn. There must be. Man, Sheikah Twitter must have been up in flames when they discovered that there is image technology, and it would probably put most artists out of a job. We believe the Sheikah Slate may have a function that will allow it to control the guidance stone. We must continue our research, and quickly. I think Mostrator's really... Yeah. I mean, I want to say, if you're creating a game, right, with those with trailers, not really giving away too much, well, a game or anything really, the people that were involved in it probably don't really want to give anything away. I feel like whenever it happens that there is some sort of giant spoiler in trailers, or it feels like the trailer doesn't really encapsulate what the movie or game is going to be, or that it feels a bit, you know, too on the nose or something like that, that is mostly due to, sadly, those things probably being outsourced to a third party that might not care as much about the, you know, product or movie as the people that are actually behind it. So I want to say that whenever you get sort of these very, you know, samey trailers that sometimes even include scenes that, you know, feel like they really shouldn't be in a trailer, it's probably mostly due to sort of outsourcing and maybe poor communications between departments or something. We started training the champions who will pilot the divine beasts. It may sound rude that I found this unexpected, but Mifa mastered the controls with surprising ease. Daruk struggled at first, but eventually got the hang of it. Urbosa and Rivali both managed just fine as well. I can finally see the light of hope in our fight against the rising calamity. Robbie has restored mobility to many of the guardians we've excavated. But we have still yet to find all of the guardians. Records mention a greater number of them, and even other types. They're said to be stored in 5 giant columns that rest beneath Hyrule Castle. Oh! Wait a second, I completely forgot about that detail. So the columns aren't only to store energy or something like that? They also stored all the guardians? Huh. Makes me wonder how do they work exactly? Because we definitely also see sort of gears and mechanical parts in the beasts, right? How exactly would you put giant columns like that underground? Also making them a storage space and able to protrude from it if you need to. Makes me wonder what the castle area looked like back in the Sheikah days. If it was some sort of almost like a nuclear power station of sorts. They built that stuff around it? Huh. No matter how I search beneath the castle, I can't seem to locate these columns. They must be buried deep. Were they perhaps designed to sense the appearance of Calamity Ganon and to only activate upon his return? Probably. Although, that also brings up another question. One sort of theme that seems to be returning is this idea of things being buried underground. I mean, maybe it was just convenient for them to do that, but I want to say that there's more to that as well. Because the energy seems to be coming from the ground, right? And then we have the huge towers being buried underground and the shrines as well. Why exactly do that? I mean, sure, it can guard them against a lot, right? If they can even bury themselves underground, means that people won't accidentally, I guess, activate them and stuff, but maybe so that they can endure? Maybe they knew that they were possibly had to be used a long time into the future, and it was purpose-built to be preserved over thousands of years, potentially, if the Sheikah already had, you know, somehow knowledge about it, you know, returning over and over again. Maybe that's why they built it like that. Countless ancient structures are being discovered across Hyrule, but all attempts to enter them have failed. Records indicate that these are facilities designed to train the hero who's fated to combat the calamity. I don't know how successful the shrines are in doing so, but sure. But the crucial activation mechanism remains a mystery. Is the Sheikah Slate the key to activating them? That is Pura's theory, and I concur. And yet my experiments so far have been fruitless. Still, we must exhaustively investigate all means of opposing the calamity. We must not give up no matter what. I spoke with Pura about the Shrine of Resurrection we discovered earlier. As we speculated, this particular shrine is, in fact, a medical facility with the power to heal. Which is another very interesting detail, that why would there only be one of them, right? And if the shrines were designed to be some sort of combat test, why are they in so many different locations? Why build 120 of them? Or potentially even more. I mean, we uncovered 120. It also has a long-term stasis function that can be activated and maintained until healing is complete. Which is really funny, because that's kind of the same function that the tablet has, right? It's like, sort of, the tablet has the small mobile version of stasis, and the Shrine of Resurrection has the actual long-term, permanently active version of it. In the war against the Calamity 10,000 years ago, were the injuries so great as to necessitate such a facility? If so, I will remain uneasy until we have made all adjustments necessary to restore it to full working order. I can only pray that even if Calamity Ganon returns, our battle will not require the Shrine of Resurrection's power. Oh man! Really, the more you read through this, the more I'm just really, really wanting to know what the hell Tears of the Kingdom is going to do with this. So much insane potential, it feels like. Okay, do I want to go to... Is it still going to target me? No. Let's see, where am I? Oh, I just noticed, sort of the path that leads to here, but then also to the backside of the castle, it just sort of loops around. So I would kind of have to go back to where I came from, where I fought the Lionel. And then we could continue. I don't like that there is a second thing that looks exactly like the building where I did fight the Lionel. Although, wait. I could actually use the waterfall that I discovered earlier to just sort of take a shortcut up to the castle. I don't even know if there's a teleport point and or shrine. Oh, you are the thing that targeted me earlier. I thought it was the thing that is flying up top. Let's see. Because I definitely, before I fight Ganon, I definitely want to return to Impa, now that we've collected all the memories. Let's see. I mean, there's a bunch of... Oops. Or maybe the current's kind of strong. Although I can probably... Wait, let me see. Let me change to... Of course you would be here. Honestly, the pillars look pretty crazy from, you know, close up. Okay. If I go in there, there's definitely another eye there, which I don't really like. Let me do a quick cheeky save here. So I need to remember to, you know, deal with that first. But yeah, looking at the pillars, don't they look crazy? Why is there a guardian just chilling on it? Oh, that's a destroyed one though, right? Yeah. I don't think he was really intended to be up there. I guess the opening where the guardians would emerge from is probably at the bottom though, right? It wouldn't really make sense for that to be at the top. I mean, the thing is also, when you really look at them, I mean, clearly they're pulsating with that sort of energy that they're using. But whatever is sort of on them, that's not just random... That's not just a random design, right? Because in one of the shrines, they actually included sort of the stars, right? The star formations in the shrine, which made me think that stars at least partially played a role for the Sheikah too. In theory, that wouldn't really just be a random design. That has to have some sort of... I mean, well, you could say that the bigger sort of pieces that don't look like stars, they maybe just, you know, they could be some sort of specific pattern that allows energy to just flow, right, in a particular way. Sort of like a giant antenna would be designed to facilitate, you know, certain frequencies. I guess you could kind of think about it like that. The star formations, though, I'm not really sure about. Why would they be included? I don't know, that's just a Big Dipper. I wonder if the developers really thought more about this. Or if it really just is a cool... I mean, I suppose it could just really be an awesome design, but it makes... I think it's fun sort of thinking about that, right? When you really think about it being a giant sort of storage device and there to contain or maybe even produce vast amounts of energy, why would you design it like that? Imagine our sort of power plants looking like that. That would be weird. Okay, where exactly am I now? Oh, oops. I kind of veered off to the right. I didn't realize there would be this many... There's many of these guardian things around here. I mean, there's an eye all the way up there. I really don't know. Is there just going to be another Lionel in here, or is there going to be nothing? Kind of opens up to the right again. I mean, I saved either way, so... Okay, there we go. Maybe could have chosen another enemy for this, but sure. Oh, it's an even bigger one. Oh, shit. Okay, that's not good. Ah, great. The other eye's closed. I don't actually think that I have the resources to deal with this thing. Oh, oops. Wrong arrow. That was bad. If he has a giant explosion like that... Didn't I hit his head? Oh, there we go. Really? What? I still don't really understand the flurry rush timing, because I don't think that I'm really hitting it at different points, honestly. Yeah, and that one was really easy to get, although of course I forgot to equip a weapon. Oh wait, the Master Sword works against them too. It might be worth it to start with that. I hate these damn skull things appearing all over the place. I don't know why they felt the need to include that. Because, yeah, it doesn't really make the fight any more fun. Oh, shoot. That's not great. Well, that doesn't really help with healing, though, does it, right? I wish that at least, you know... I wish that at least the menu would allow you a little bit more leeway after you healed. The whole buff overriding thing really doesn't help. God. That was just because the damn skull flew against my shield. I think otherwise I would have actually gotten the flurry rush.
It is my pleasure.
Okay, I think I hit the eye. I think I hit the eye. Wait, I should have a shield equipped. I can still go with the Master Sword. Oh, god damn it! I really didn't think that he would charge at me right away. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing wrong with that timing. I feel like I'm not really changing it up at all. And yet sometimes I hit the flurry rush and sometimes I just don't. Oh, it's not gonna be... it's gonna load me in the fight, right? Well, at least the things are already destroyed now, I'm pretty sure. I think I need to train myself to just pretty much jump early. Oh, that doesn't work. If you that's kind of bullshit, because if you hit the second jump wrong, I think you're out of luck for the third either way. Like you won't be able to actually deal with it properly. Let's use this. I don't get it. I mean, that might have been way too early, maybe? Yeah, camera, that's... Oh, god damn it, Link. Oh god, that was way too close for comfort. Really? At least you can shield against that. How? I disagree with that. Oh god. Let's see. That is 5. Oh yeah, that's a nice position that I was in there. No. Just no. That was definitely correctly timed. See? Now I just got it. I felt like that was way too early. I don't get it. Okay, that's... Oh god, Link. What? Oh god damn it! I thought he was gonna go for the single hit! I had him! Well, now there isn't even really any point in continuing, right? Because if I continue now, I'm pretty much out of resources completely. Or is it going to give me... Well, I guess I can just choose to load the other save. I don't think there's much reason into... I wish I could get behind the trigger for the Flurry Rush. I don't know, something about that just doesn't... It just feels like I'm hitting... Like, whenever I do hit it, I don't understand why. I don't understand why I'm hitting it. Because I felt like I did the exact timing on those tries that I did beforehand on the others. Maybe it has something to do with location as well. So it's not only the timing that needs to be correct, but also your sort of position in front of him. That could be it. That was really close. I should have made sure to maybe run away before I hit him. Yeah, I think, you know what, let's just... Oh, autosaves quite frequently throughout the fight. That's interesting. Let's load this save, because, I mean, there's not much point, I feel like, in fighting him without any resources whatsoever. Especially since it started me out on 3 hearts as well. I just wish there would be less of a hassle to get rid of the eyes at the ceiling, because, I don't know, it feels like they're somewhat... They don't really need to be there like that. Let's see, do I have a better option to start out with? Yeah, probably Master Sword first, right? Might as well use the Lionel Shield. Let's see, I definitely had the wrong arrows equipped. I also wish that the shock arrows would actually do anything, right? It feels kind of wrong to me that the electricity isn't doing anything at all. I definitely understand that it would be too easy if it just meant that you'd make him drop his weapons altogether. But the fact that it doesn't really do anything at all is just weird. Might as well equip this one. And then I can... Let's do one more save. Just so that I don't have to equip stuff every single time I want to reload. And I think... I'm actually going to do this. Oh. Come on, Link. Seriously? Okay, well, I guess that was on me, though. Yeah, that was on me. You know what? Let's do that again. That was just dumb. I did not realize I would directly fly into the slime. That was just not a good idea at all. I just want to fly up to hit the ice first. Although, but I guess it should still work, right? Possibly shouldn't have equipped the bomb arrows right away, but whatever. Okay, so... Now they're closed. Oh, he's trying to hit me with... Oh, God damn it. God, the camera is awful. I think that got rid of both of them, right? Ah, well, I guess that was worth it. And, of course, one of the scouts stuck around, too. And I noticed that I forgot to equip the right gear. How? Are you kidding? Of course it targets, like... The skull was behind him! And it targeted the skull instead of the Lionel. Oh god. Does he have a cooldown or something for whether or not he gets downed? Seriously? I wasn't even up yet. The explosions actually make it harder to hit him. Maybe not the best idea. There we go. Yeah, maybe maybe I was just... It's a bit weird. Maybe I'm just not hitting his face correctly or something? Was he gonna do his big burst? No. It's just like Dark Souls. Yeah. I mean, Dark Souls does have, you know, a bunch of problems with its hitboxes and stuff too from time to time, but... yeah. The problem is I don't really know what the issue is. If I would be able to sort of figure out what I'm doing wrong or what I shouldn't be doing, then it would be easier to sort of combat it, right? Because I feel like sometimes it's also just that, you know, the frame rate sometimes drops some inputs. So if it's that, if you know that in a certain situation where the frame rate's bad, you just shouldn't maybe do certain attacks or something, that would be fine too. But the problem is that it's really difficult to see what the actual issue would be. I wish the wind-up on that wouldn't be that long. There we go. Yeah, it could be that I'm really not just hitting his face properly. Now I'm a little bit too safe with hitting the... See, but why did that trigger a downstate? It also gave the high ping sound of hitting his face correctly. And I don't really know why, because technically I was hitting the back of his head. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is going to be super annoying to get up from, because I'm right next to him. He's going to try to attack me right away. Oh, God. Damn it. That is so difficult to get out of if you're kind of stuck in this sort of cycle of having to heal. Didn't I hit his face? Or not his face, but his weapon there? Does the weapon not count? Oh, fine. Whew. Savage Lionel 62. This ultimate Lionel shield is used only by the white-haired Lionels. It excels at defending against even the most brutal of attacks and cutting down powerful foes when deflecting. Nice. Savage Lionel bow. 32 times 3. Holy shit. This Lionel bow is made from special steel found at the peak of Death Mountain. Wait, can we not craft that ourselves then? It has tremendous stopping power. It can pierce thick armor as easily as thin paper. And a Savage Lionel sword. A brutal sword carried by white-haired Lionels. The Savage blades are strong enough to cut down any foe, no matter how strong, but it wasn't strong enough to cut down Link. How did the Master Sword survive that? I guess he just hit him a bunch with my arrows? Nah, I want to keep the axe around. This is also two-handed, right? Let's get rid of this one. There we go. Switch back to that. Whew. Okay. The problem is I'm really running low on resources now. Man, the Lionels are so fun to fight. It just kind of sucks that there are definitely some problems. And I don't really know how to alleviate them. I mean, that's a sort of a nagging feeling, right? Oops, almost thought that would hit me. Let's see. Guess he doesn't really care. Now he cares? Kind of snuck past there. I actually wonder. That is definitely a thing that I would like to test. I feel like if you had the sort of availability of well, I guess I could also install an emulator, but I just don't want to go through the hassle simply for testing it. But now I kind of want to know, sort of, if you played this both on a Switch or Wii U and on an emulator back to back and do the same fights, sort of, right? So that you had an actual direct comparison between these. Oh, I definitely want to... Nope. Switch back to a normal bow for now. Normal arrows. Because I would be interested in knowing if the frame rate really is the issue with timing a bunch of that stuff. Or if it's something else. Because I want to say that the frame rate is definitely part of it. Not that it's bad, but that it's difficult to know when it drops and when it doesn't. Oi! Stop it. Skill issue. Well, I mean, I definitely didn't play that as well as I could have. I sometimes risked a bit too much, and I also definitely used some wrong gear and sometimes also just simply forgot to change to certain things, so it's definitely also partially on me. Like with the first Lionel, I just kind of didn't really care too much about the skull heads, even though I should have. So getting rid of the eyes definitely has to be your top priority there, right? So that was partially on me. It's just... yeah. Also, I'm definitely not the best when it comes to triggering Flurry Rush and really knowing the correct timing on that. Partially, I think also because I want to play too safe, right? So I want to kind of get into a safe position, but by doing so, I think I'm sometimes moving myself out of the position to be able to trigger it, which then means that sort of he's going to do an attack. I'm slightly out of range or something like that, right? Or mistime my jump slightly. I'm not going to get hit, but I also don't trigger a Flurry Rush because I'm in sort of a wrong position. And then the next attack is going to hit me because I thought I would trigger the Flurry Rush. So it's also partially sort of, I feel like, a bit of a problem with me kind of trying to play it a bit too safe in certain situations. Either way, it's just a bit frustrating because the fight otherwise is super fun to do, but feels like it sometimes gets dragged down by maybe technical issues, I don't know. Gotta go for a bit. See you later, yeah. See how much longer I need for this. I don't really... There has to be a shrine up there though, right? Is there really no way to... I mean... in terms of weapons and such, I'm actually pretty good. Problem is I'm very low on other resources, so I would like to replenish those shortly before fighting Ganon. But I don't know if... I don't know if there is if they'll allow me to do that.
Neva's grace is ready.
Okay, front of the castle, stop it. I do like one specific decision that they made here though, which is, you know, usually the Guardians, whenever they see you and track you, they have this, you know, piano melody attached to that. And, well, it's definitely really, really awesome that they decided to just keep the music rolling whenever you're here, right? Okay, so that triggers the end. I don't want to go for that though. But I obviously also don't want to come back here. Let's definitely do a save here real quick. But if I just circle around the castle, it's only going to give me the... it's only going to have a bunch of these Guardians around, right? So, I mean, if there is a shrine, either it's not picking up on the radar, or it's further down. Let's maybe do one quick round around the castle. Also, I thought I saw an eye earlier. Or is it Sanctum? Okay, yeah, that's the boss, right? That is in that weird quivering mass up there.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Man, I like the design of the music so much, with it sort of going into this more somber state whenever you enter the castle proper. I mean, I don't really want to... I don't want to have to come all the way back here again. Technically, the lines are dealt with. Lionels are dealt with, so... I could just run through. I also like the clouds moving so fast while you're in here. That's really awesome. Interesting choice. They don't really... I mean, I guess I could just come back from here. Would that work? Technically, you would be able to just climb up, right? There's a bunch of platforms around, too. That looks so awesome. Just the Divine Beasts being here with the hype music and seeing the Divine Beasts targeting Ganon. Such an awesome detail. I mean, I would go in if it wasn't for the quest with Impa, right? I definitely don't want to miss out on clearing that. Do I just want to teleport out quickly? But then how do I get back? The only teleport point available to me would be the outside shrine? Unless I am approaching the castle from the back. I mean, there's definitely a way to climb up here that isn't too difficult or dangerous, I want to say. Definitely makes me wish they would have placed a shrine sort of next to the throne room. Maybe that would have been a bit too easy, but still. I mean, you have to come here at least once. I don't even know if you can climb up on these things. Then in theory I could try to fly over from that. I mean, well, I would still lose a bunch of height, so it's not exactly easy to do, but... You know what? Let's just do that. Oh, wait. How do I... Oh, but leave this area. Wait, that's a thing you can do? So it doesn't exactly allow you to fast travel right away, but you can leave the area. That is very interesting. I don't think I've ever... I guess it works similarly with the Divine Beasts. I don't think I've ever used that option, honestly. I'm not exactly sure if I even want to stock up on resources once I got the last memory sorted. Huh. Okay, so yeah, it brings you back to the start of this thing. I think I could try just flying in from this point, right? Although I need to get there first too. I guess I could start from this tower. Huh. I definitely know that at least I think I know that I found a shrine inside of the castle the first time I went there on my first playthrough. Either way, it must be in the lower sections then, right? Because they don't allow you to fast travel back here. Well, let's go back to Kakariko Village real quick. I don't know. I was going to go for a bit of a bigger exploration of the castle proper as well, but I don't really know how much there is to it, really, beyond just fighting more monsters. And since I've already dealt probably with the two sort of most difficult enemies that you can face in the castle, I expect, I don't know how much more point there would be to really go through the rest of it. I mean, maybe there's other diaries to be found or something? Huh. Well, either way, I think... You know what? Let me put the castle in the background. Just looks really cool. I'm going to take a very short break, and afterwards, I am going to go for, well, getting the last memory, getting that quest sorted, and then I feel like I'm going to try to just take one of the pillars up and quickly return to the sanctum or throne room, I guess, and finally deal with Calamity Ganon. Sounds like a good plan, so I'll be right back. Alrighty, back and ready for action, or at least ready for the final memory. At first, I think at least that we're gonna get the final memory here, right? Also, we're gonna get access to that funny little ball that I don't really remember where it actually belongs to. Hello, Paya. There we go. So the sword has been returned to its oh, she mentions that as well. Just as I expected of you, hero. The sword that seals the darkness is your counterpart. So long as that blade is at your side, you shall wield enormous power. A princess risked everything for you and that sword. Do not forget that. Do not waste this chance. I'm not going to, unless another Lionel gets in my way, in which case, you know what, Impa, do you have some hearty truffles or hearty radishes, like anything like that? I could really use those. And by the way, how are you faring thus far? No. All 12 pictures already? Know how long that's taken me to do? Well, technically not that long if you only count the pictures, but including the divine beasts, that's taken a while. You've visited every place. And I suppose it's time I will reveal the location of the final memory. Oh, wait, the final one had a location attached to it? Here's what happened. Lady Zelda gave me specific instructions. She asked me to wait to show you this. Oh, it's the picture that is hanging here? Didn't I make a comment about that when I first entered this place? Pretty sure I did. This is the final picture. Ah, so that's why I was remembering that that location also had a picture. I was gonna say that field with the guardians running around. Well, that's very close to a stable, so it's not gonna be too difficult to get to. Does it look familiar? From this village, you should be able to get there in half day's time. Now go, child. Seek out what Lady Zelda has shown you. Okay. So that is here, right? Next to Fort Hateno, somewhere in the swamp. Let's see, some guardians. It has some sort of mountain thing on the left. You know what? Why am I bothering? That's what taking pictures is for, right? Let's save this. It is pretty funny though that they don't automatically save that in your album, right? So you kind of have to think about that yourself of, oh, hey, by the way, I can just take a picture of it myself. It's honestly a pretty funny funny detail, I think. All right, that shouldn't be too difficult to get to. Anything else? Okay, no. Wait, so you have to get the memory first to have access to the ball thing over here. I did not remember that was a thing. Also, I just remembered I have 5 spirit orbs. Might as well get another heart piece. I don't think that would have necessarily helped against the Lionels, to be entirely honest. But as long as we're here, might as well grab that. Heart container. Yes, please. I do really feel the lack of resources, though. Mainly in the non-buff healing department. That is quite tough if you don't have a lot of stuff that gives you full heals and you're fighting a strong opponent like a Lionel. Not that easy to deal with. I don't really know. So one thing that I wish the game would do differently is when it loads in your autosave. So I saved manually before the fight, right? And you can load that manually as well. But the autosave the game does takes all of your resources away, right? For some reason. So it's not like in other games where typically you get an autosave, right? You go into the encounter and if you die, it just starts you over pretty much the same way you entered it in the first place, right? For some reason, they decided to do that differently here. And to a certain degree, I like that approach of them pretty much just taking away your resources. And, well, the problem is that what do? Like, you can easily get stuck with an autosave. Like, imagine if I hadn't bothered to save manually, and then suddenly your autosave or your like previous autosave loads you in at a point where you've completely run out of resources. It's a very, very curious choice that they made it like that instead of, you know, just loading in a save that has your previous resources available to you. Because, I mean, it's one thing that you're running out of all of these, like, truffle things and so on, but it's another thing entirely if you also run out of weapons and things to deal damage with. At that point, it becomes an even bigger issue, right? So it's... I don't know why exactly. It's definitely a super, super weird choice. That's just guts. It's not really worth to cook the other pieces. Only full heals really help me now. I mean, part of me actually wants to go into the last boss fight with not that many resources available. Because I feel like it would be more fun to try that. I mean, I do still have at least, you know, 1 full heal from this. I have like 3 shields available. So it's not like I don't have anything. I wouldn't really know where to get a lot of hardy truffles from, though. Unless they're maybe sold in Hateno or something. Well, either way, let's grab the memory first, and afterwards I can still think about my healing stuff. In theory, all that I really need is a bunch of hardy truffles, right? If I have those, or radishes. If I have those, I can just cook them individually. Because I don't really want to bother with any buffs so much. Because the only things that would really help me or make a difference are either attack buffs or armor buffs. And attack buffs are kind of... I don't really want to have that either, because I want to churn through all my weapons, finally. Armor buff would maybe be more interesting, considering that it would make it less annoying with constantly having to full heal whenever I'm hit. I don't know. That also heavily depends on how the final boss even, like, works. Let's get our horse and look for the memory. Maybe it would have been worth it after all to, you know, for the castle, grab a stronger armor set. It just, whenever I start thinking about armor, it really just... It just makes me think about how strange the whole, like, damage calculation system is every single time. Because it's just... I don't know. Let me just double check before I forget how it looks. Do I see... Yeah, Death Mountain in the distance. Sort of the split in between those mountains right in the middle. Big tree trunk or something on the right and a swamp in front. Or not a tree trunk. It's probably that thing. So... Is it actually already back here somewhere? See. Okay. This is definitely the right perspective. It's just not close enough to Hateno Fort, right? No, that's not... Wait, what is that weird object on the right? It's not these pillars. Bunch of smaller... Oh, it's that big one in the back there. Yeah, I see it. Okay, so... Is it on this middle portion here, maybe? Ah, there we go. Yeah. It's not a tree after all. It is a pillar, but it's one that's actually standing upright compared to the others that are sort of tilted and have slightly fallen to the ground. Okay, I don't really remember what this was about. I definitely know that I collected all the memories first time around. The one thing that I didn't do was actually fight Calamitous Ganon at the very end, for whatever reason. I kind of considered the game done at that point, and I knew that it would just reset to the state where you haven't fought him anyways, right, in order to be able to continue your journey throughout the open world. And so for some reason I decided to just not bother with the final boss, and I honestly don't know what I was thinking about. It might have just been because another game launched or something like that, I don't know. Okay, this must have been after or during the attack on Hateno, right?
Link, save yourself. Go. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Run.
It is still quite impressive that they managed to kind of fend them off here at the wall, right? That must have been insanely hard to do. Oh, well, I guess that explains it.
Was that the power? Huh? No, no! Link, get up! You're going to be just fine. The sword. So he can still be saved.
Princess!
Is he talking to her?
Princess, are you alright?
Take Link to the Shrine of Resurrection. If you don't get him there immediately, we are going to lose him forever. Is that clear? So make haste and go. His life is now in your hands.
I guess whatever burst of energy she did doesn't actually permanently deactivate the Guardians, though? Or does it?
Link, you have recovered all of your memories of us from
Skeleton in the
100
back.
years ago. I am here, inside Hyrule Castle. It is now time for you to defeat Ganon.
It would have been funny if the skeleton had been, you know, right at the brink of hitting you. And then it says, BAM! Spear in the back. Wouldn't have dealt much damage, but still. Bit weird. Okay, so... wait a second. Let me... I guess that concludes the quest. I still want to know if... What happens if I talk to Impa again? So the thing that it always brings me back to the discussion we had earlier about the Triforce and how it works and why does it work like that. Somehow it feels like there is more to that than we see. Because if the Sheikah were able to harness this energy, what is this energy? How can it be influenced by the Triforce, right? Because I want to say that probably all holders of the Triforce, or of the three Triforce pieces, would, in theory at least, be able to influence these Guardians in equal parts, right? And since Ganon has a part of the Triforce, he can influence them. Zelda didn't really know how, so she wasn't able to up until that very moment, right? And she suddenly was able to harness that power. And that's what deactivated them. But, well, first of all, what does that leave Link with? Is Link theoretically able to influence that as well? Or does his Triforce part sort of only connect him to the Master Sword and nothing else? That's quite curious too. Either way, how does it really connect to this energy? How can that be a thing? What is this? Is this some sort of ether, spirit, energy? And that's why they're able to control it, but... And what are we going to learn about that tomorrow? With Tears of the Kingdom releasing. I'm really wondering about that. It seems you have visited all of the locations. 100 years ago, you and the princess were quite close. You were a comfort and an encouraging presence to her as she struggled each day to fulfill her destiny. Well, yeah, eventually, not necessarily at the start though, Impa. You're kind of glossing over some details here. That is why she believes in you, and why she has the strength to fight Ganon all alone.
Oh.
Link, the princess. Please hurry and save our princess. She's been fighting all alone for 100 years. Can I just take this now, or...? That Sheikah heirloom has been guarded by our tribe for generations. I must request that you not touch it. Even for an esteemed guest such as yourself, there are certain rules that must be respected. Oh! Wait a second, what was this connected to then? For some reason I remembered that it was connected to the memories. I guess it isn't. Maybe you're allowed to take it with you once you find all the other shrines? Was that it? It must be, right? I mean, what other thing would it be connected to? Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's see. I can get a couple of pumpkins, but they mostly sell pumpkins and carrots here, right? Let me very briefly go over to Hateno and see if I can... I don't know if there was a store in Hateno that sold some hearty truffles. I just want to get a couple more healing items, because I don't want the last fight to be too tedious. I don't really expect it to be too difficult, honestly. I don't really think the last fight against Ganon is going to be more difficult than fighting a Lionel. Well, then again, I might be wrong. I mean, well, it depends on how you define that, I guess, because the big difference with the Lionels is that they're kind of more freeform, right? The Lionels are technically just the sort of the ultimately strong version of all the enemies that you could fight within the game. And they're sort of designed to be able to take many different approaches on how to handle them, and many different weapons and all that kind of stuff too. Whereas on the other hand, I want to say that at least with the blights from the... oh yeah, they do sell hardy truffles. Not many though.
Oh.
Whole stock. You're calling 2 hardy truffles a whole stock? Sure, buddy. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so the blights that you're fighting within the Divine Beasts, right? They aren't necessarily defined by being difficult through, you know, sort of the same combination of things that the Lionels have. So the Lionels have a bunch of really, really strong attacks. So first of all, they're just insane in the amount of damage they deal. They have a couple different attack patterns. They have a lot of health, all things considered, as well. Arguably more so than the bosses, at least the blights in the Divine Beasts. But when we're talking about fighting the blights, they're more designed in a way where they have specific attack patterns that involve kind of a puzzle that's supposed to be solved, right? So they have certain specific attack patterns that require you to come up with a solution for them, right? And coming up with a solution of, okay, so this is how you're supposed to deal with them. And once you have that solution, they're not really much of a challenge anymore, I want to say. I mean, there's still the challenge, sort of a gameplay challenge in actually being able to pull off what you need to in order to deal with them, which isn't necessarily too difficult to do. There we go. Seriously? What? Shouldn't that have sparked the fire? Was it not lying close enough or something? There we go. So yeah, I want to say that it's a bit of a different approach, right? A bit of a different thing, I guess, that's going on there. Compared to fighting the Lionels. I'm pretty sure that the last fight is going to be somewhat equal to that, right? It's more so going to be a test of figuring out, okay, how do you approach this and how are you supposed to solve it? Rather than, okay, just here's a very, very strong enemy with a huge health bar, go deal with it with everything you got, right? Although I might be wrong on that. Again, for whatever weird reason, which is why I also wanted to do this playthrough again, I never actually fought the last boss. I pretty much went right up to the last boss room, but never went in. Which is an odd choice, but also the reason behind why I wanted to do this second playthrough of the game. And I think this is pretty much the perfect jumping off point, even though obviously I cut this playthrough short a little bit, since I didn't want to go through the entire game again, since I've already done that on my first time through. But I still think that it's a very, very good jumping off point for Tears of the Kingdom, and especially in making sure that I just sort of refresh my knowledge on both the story, the memories in particular is what I was most interested in seeing again. But also just the world. That's gonna be so insanely fun once I play Tears of the Kingdom to just look at every single location in the game. Look at how does it look like in this game? How does it look like in Tears of the Kingdom? Why is it different? What happened? I don't know. Game can't be over if you don't finish it. Very, very correct. Let's see. Can you climb up the big pillars? I hope you can. I mean, I have Rivali stuff available, so hopefully that should be fine. Come on. Yeah, so in theory, maybe my line of thinking was, you know, if I don't finish it, I can pretend to play Breath of the Wild forever. I don't think it was really that, but I guess we can pretend that's what happened. I mean, from the very, very few scenes that I have seen from the sequel, clearly there were some very, very, you know, significant changes in terms of... Seriously? Why are there so many slimes? In terms of what the game world looks like, right? Particularly pertaining to the sky. So, I want to say it can't just be sort of directly after this. God, I can't wait to finally play it. I really can't. It's... How are they going to do that? Do we still have the Master Sword? How's that going to work, right? Do we still have the abilities of the 4 Divine Beasts? I mean, maybe you could explain that away by saying that they're exhausting all of their energy, you know, defeating Ganon. Maybe the Master Sword as well. So there could be a reason as to why they don't exist in the second game, right? But then what's with the stamina and heart containers? Wouldn't those also be... What are you doing here? cute little stone guy. I mean, wouldn't they also be, you know, at least partially part of the whole deal? Oh, can you not actually climb these? Of course you cannot, huh? Yeah, I was kind of expecting this to happen, honestly. Well, whatever. I can just climb the castle then. That is very interesting, though. Ancient anti-climbing technology, huh? I mean, we're gonna lose quite a bit of height here, but I don't think it's gonna be too difficult to get back up there. Ooh, tiny little cave there in the back. Might be worth checking out. You were a bit annoying. I think the most difficult part now is just going to be finding a way to climb without, you know, constantly being targeted by these things. There we go. New trailer kind of answers some of these questions. I don't really know. It is a difficult decision with the trailer. Because I want to say that I don't really mind these questions at least partially being answered. I don't think they're going to be, you know, fully answered either way. Oh, is this just a Korok? Oh. Yahaha! What have you done all these years under this rock? And guess I can climb it. Ah, you know what? Why climb? There we go. Oh, well that was easy. We're already back here. Huh. Honestly, I mean, I could have done this the first time too, right? The game really doesn't force you to do the castle at all. You can, if you want to, pretty much just straight up go to the final boss room. I guess that's in line with the rest of the game though, right? In terms of its openness and in how you can approach it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's a very hype trailer. I think I am gonna watch it. Maybe not even today, but when I like actually start playing Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know, or I could do it, you know, right after we've done this. Huh. Well, either way, it's... I think even if the trailer answers some of those questions, or at least to some extent, at the end of the day, what's way more important about that is really not sort of, for example, do we keep our hearts, but rather how does that influence the gameplay and the progression throughout the sequel. And that's not really going to be something that the trailer can answer, right? I mean, it can maybe sort of hint as to what it will entail, but it can't really, well, bring up the same feeling as actually playing through it. So I'm really not too worried in that regard. Well, either way, you know what? Never mind. We need to do this properly. We can't just use the... We can't just use any door. You know, if you're gonna deal with Ganon properly, the hero obviously always enters through the front. Oh. Hey, buddy. What are you doing here? So, Link. The game kind of needs sunglasses, though, I would say. I know there's a motorcycle in Master Mode, right? That you can get? Or in the DLC, I don't even know if it's connected to Master Mode. Kind of fear we would need some sunglasses in this moment. Okay, let me do another save, though. badass Link on his final journey. Finally approaching the very fight he was meant to fight. That being said, I mean, clearly Ganon, or some weird form of him, is up there, right? Coming back to what I said earlier about the pillars, why does this weird cocoon have the same symbols and almost veins on it, right? This is some Dark Souls shit, by the way. Why are there guardians up there? Did they feel drawn to it for some reason? But maybe that kind of answers the question. Maybe the pillars were kind of just blank looking at the start. And then over the course of the Sheikah sort of inserting that energy into them, maybe the pattern sort of naturally emerged out of the energy that was put into them. Instead of... Or maybe it's even a symbol of their corruption. Maybe they only had the star patterns on it before, and then this stuff got added through Ganon's, or the Calamity's corruption of them. God, I love the change of music here. Very somber tone, yet it's also still somewhat pressing, right? And then in the background, the clouds moving very quickly, but also this sort of bright sky that shines through. Such a cool way to display this, with the Triforce up there. Let's do this, Ganon. I'm ready. I bought 2 hearty truffles. We can do this.
Link. I'm sorry, but my power isn't strong enough. I can't hold it.
Are those exhaust vents? The red things? Hello, Mr. FromSoft enemy. Wait, this chamber was here all this time? Below the castle? That's not something that Ganon built, right? I mean, it's something that he corrupted, but... I guess it kind of answers some of the questions I had. Hey, buddy. Calamity Ganon. Scourge of Hyrule Castle. That's a big sword, buddy. Can I get that?
Now my moment has finally come. Brace yourself, Ganon, for the sting of my revenge!
It's such a cool cutscene, though, with them all combining their power.
This will be our final opportunity. We will not fail.
I think, yeah, if you don't do the Divine Beasts or only do them partially, then obviously those cutscenes wouldn't be here, right?
Go, little guy. Now, open up wide, Ganon!
Just imagine the amount of energy that must be behind those things.
Hold on, Princess. Our moment has arrived.
Why are laser beams so cool? Something about them is just like in Dragon Ball. Laser beams are always the best. I guess they just look like the most powerful thing ever, right? Sort of a giant pillar of light. go. 50% down. It does skip a phase though, I'm pretty sure, right? So you're not only skipping fighting the blights before him, but also, I think, a particular phase here. I do wish there was a little bit of a way to potentially, what's it called? To do the Divine Beasts without actually triggering their laser. I don't know. Because you can skip picking up the heart containers, right? Because you can do that in every Zelda. Sort of do a 3 heart run. Although, sadly, that always also means that you're skipping all of the side quests that involve heart containers. But with the Divine Beasts, I don't think there would be an option to skip them if you don't want this to happen at the very end. I guess you can do... You could, in theory, just leave the Divine Beast before you're fighting its boss, right? That would kind of work. Well, whatever. Let's do this. Didn't really work. Thanks for the... Wait, can I? Nope, wrong menu. Although... That definitely worked. Oh shit. Nope, that's also not what I wanted to do. Let's see here. All this I definitely don't need. So let's go with these first. Oh, what you doing? That is very reminiscent of the first boss of Ocarina of Time, honestly. It is very cool, though, that he combines this into his fight, into this fight as well. There we go. Oh, okay. It's just. I think I was running into the wall there, actually. Oh. Hey, buddy. Don't run away so much. Okay, he's kind of difficult to see. Definitely in line with FromSoft, right? Just make a boss so huge that it's not actually... You don't actually directly see him on screen. Okay, there we go. He does have way more HP than I thought, though. Okay, so you can make him fall down right away. There we go, next phase. Okay, now he can do flames. Link, come on. You can do it. There we go. Oh god. Okay, 3 bob arrows exploding at the same time in the face of Ganon while doing a boss fight isn't exactly helping with the frame rate. I sadly have to report. Okay, there we go. Why? There. Also, I didn't see that it wasn't actually dealing damage. While he's doing that. Did I not hit him? Oh, he's doing small stuff too. Or is that because of his... It might be because of his armor thing that he's doing here. Oh! Wait, what? I think there was sort of a weirdly big explosion behind me. Nope. Wrong timing. That's a very, very long fall that he's doing there. Wait. Do I have to hit something else? Oh, shoot. That definitely wasn't a good idea. God damn it. It's also, the camera is even turning to the right so that you definitely cannot see what his arm is doing. Okay, you can't just run away from that either. Oh! There we go. Well, that's the attack that his blight was able to do. Can I... Oh! Wait, you can... You can stasis him? That's weird. Damn it. Can you stop with the damn cannon? I feel like the camera has a lot of trouble actually doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? I don't know, something about that is kind of strange. Also, I feel like I'm definitely missing what the hell I'm even supposed to do here. Am I supposed to hit his, like, weapons at the side? Or does he have... Oh. Wait. Now he's crawling up again. That's clearly not it. Could try hitting him with bombs or something. Now he's doing that again. Oh, okay. That's like the lava thing that one of his blights was doing. Oh, damn it. I thought I still had stasis equipped. Okay, that was not a good idea. That's not really it either. Oh, what the hell was that? The weird part is that it's kind of difficult to see. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't think I'm supposed to be hitting his, like, legs or something, because it's not even really letting me target those. Is there a certain point where he's, like, weakest or something? Am I missing something else? Am I supposed to be hitting something that's inside of the room? Clearly nothing that I'm doing is working. And I am hitting him with the Master Sword, so it can't really be that either. He's sometimes weirdly blinking when he does attacks, right? I was trying to hit him while he's shooting, and that didn't really work. What? Wait, why was that explosion so much bigger than last time? Yeah, he's blinking while he's attacking. But how am I supposed to hit him while he's doing that? I wish he would just attack more normally instead of constantly, instead of constantly using his laser beam. Oh, that was really cool game. Just letting me lie on the ground while I wasn't even able to do something. Okay, I definitely need to figure this out then. Because that is clearly not working. Very hard not to say anything. The solution must be really obvious. What am I missing here? That's weird. I mean, clearly I was right in that it was mostly going to be a puzzle fight, because the fight in and of itself isn't exactly that difficult to do, at least as of now. Oh, okay, so it is... Did it load in my actual save, or did it load me in after the... Let me see. I think it loaded my actual save, right? Because I was... How many ancient arrows did I have? Yeah, okay, it loaded in my proper save. That's good. Means that I don't have to constantly reload that. Let me just make sure one more time. So I definitely want to have this one on. That also means, though, that I probably have to go back through phase 1, right? Which is fine, all things considered. I mean... Huh. Oh, Are you supposed to maybe just... what's it called? Counter his laser? I mean, that's the one thing that he's constantly doing, right? And theoretically, while he's doing it, he would also be blinking. So if I were to counter it, I'm pretty sure that... Oh, by the way, I didn't pick up the Hylian shield. I just noticed. Not that I really need it, but could come in handy. It might be that you're just supposed to counter his laser. Seems like a bit of a simple solution, honestly. It is just weird that they apparently force you to do it, if that's the case. Because... Well, I thought I was being clever with running up to him while he was shooting his laser and trying to sort of cheekily get in a hit with the Master Sword. So I feel like that could count, or should count rather, right? Because it's still the same thing with him, what's it called? Like, he's still attacking and blinking, so in theory it should also work, right? Man, they really didn't properly do the camera here though, right? Oh, come on. I really hope they have gotten rid of the ragdoll in Tears of the Kingdom, though. Like, not rid of the fact that there is ragdoll in the game, but rather that Link, like, needs a billion years to get up again. Because that's really not, honestly, the most fun part. Oops. Oh. Wait. Why was that such a weirdly different animation? Oh, nice. Well, that makes it easier. So while you're hitting him while he's doing that, he just falls off the wall and gets rid of all ice. Neat. Let's see. Let's eat this and this. Oh, I could have also done this during this phase already as well. Oh, God, that is so difficult to evade because you just don't see his weapon moving. Did they really? I guess they took a little bit too much inspiration from Sophia, right? Well, I did evade it somewhat. Does the game give no hints? I'm actually not that sure, honestly. There we go. Okay, I got it. I guess it's kind of obvious. I want to say that mostly the other games don't really give hints as well, right? It's not really directly hints that they give you so much as just, I want to say, fairly obvious sort of weak points, right? Ah, damn it. No, that definitely wasn't the right timing. Do it again. I would say that for the most part, I've always been really, really happy with Zelda games in terms. Oh shit! I don't have a shield equipped. Damn it. I want to say that's what I always like most about Zelda boss designs, is that they're really, really good at being, well, boss fights, right? And especially at sort of without having to tell you or without having to give you a hint, they, not right timing, they manage to still kind of make it obvious as to what you're supposed to be doing. And this one, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it just was it was almost too obvious of a solution. I don't know. Because this is the exact same that you have to do against all of the Guardians, right? And, well, obviously you could argue that, well, since it's the exact same thing that he's doing, obviously you counter it the exact same way, which, yeah, okay, but it also kind of makes it less exciting, I want to say. And the one thing that definitely confused me somewhat is I saw him, you know, when he was shooting there, you do see him sort of blinking whenever he's doing any ability, right? In theory, sort of, his shield is going away for a split second whenever he's doing anything. So in theory, I would say that me running up to him while he's shooting his laser should still count. It shouldn't obviously trigger the down state, but it should have still dealt damage. Okay, come on. Also, it's not exactly fun to be doing the same thing 5 times in a row, right? That's a bit of a eh. Yeah, and you do bring up a good point too. The fact that you can parry a laser is, I don't think it's necessarily super obvious, because well, since you can also in theory do it with every shield, I think most people will kind of assume that, well, if you don't really have a good shield available, you wouldn't be able to do it, right? Because why would you be able to parry it with, you know, a weak wooden shield or something? That it doesn't really make that much logical sense. The game has a tutorial about it, but that's one that you specifically need to find, right? Which is, well, okay. No, I partially take that back. The tutorial where you're finding it is kind of built into the main story, isn't it? Because the combat tutorial, the quote-unquote advanced combat tutorials, are part of the first sort of shrine that you find that gives you a minor test of strength. Are we doing the final stretch outside of the castle? Because it's sure not going to be over, right?
Out of a dark past. He is a pure embodiment of the ancient evil that is reborn time and time again. He has given up on reincarnation and assumed his pure, enraged form. If set free upon our world, the destruction will be unlike anything ever seen before.
Dark Beast. Ganon. hatred and malice incarnate.
I entrust you with the bow of light,
Ooh.
a powerful weapon in the face of evil. Link, you may not yet be at a point where you have fully recovered your power, or all of your memories. But courage need not be remembered, for it is never forgotten.
Did you always say that, or did I miss out on some memory somewhere? The Bow of Light, 100 damage. Not that much stronger than the one I have, but probably some special thing that we need for this fight, right? Princess Zelda gave you this bow and arrow for the battle with Dark Beast Ganon. When wielded by the hero, it fires arrows of pure light, strong enough to oppose the calamity. Poor little Leo. Maybe I should have gotten a better horse for this. Oopsie. Have you ever noticed how long horse necks actually are? I don't know. I never found them particularly long. I guess, maybe? Well, yeah, let's see what it's going to be about. So, in terms of the tutorials, though, one thing that I wanted to mention in that regard is I don't entirely remember which shrine it was. Is it the one in Kakariko? There is one shrine that is pretty much very, very close to a story point, like, or a point, a city or something that you kind of have to do when you want to do the main story. I mean, in theory, you don't have to do anything, right? You can straight up go here and fight Ganon, but one of the first shrines that I did outside of the Great Plateau that was a minor test of strength or whatever they're called, had an advanced tutorial that tells you about being able to counter a laser. So it is in the game, and I would say that it's quite easy to find, but at the same time, there is a huge difference between you encountering Guardians, I would say, in a kind of a normal first playthrough, and the game telling you about it. So there is a high likelihood that a lot of people will also just have forgotten. Or, as I said, maybe assume that the stronger enemies wouldn't be so easily parryable by any shield or something like that. And I do have to say, it is to a certain degree different from other Zelda games, because typically their bosses were designed in a way where you could... Well, I guess they were also more obvious because you always went through dungeons, right? And you always got specific key items in a dungeon. And the boss fight always tested you on your ability to be able to use those key items. So in that sense, it was always fairly obvious what you were supposed to be doing, right? Because it definitely involved that key item. So if there was a phase where the boss was either untargetable or did something weird, disappeared for a while or something, it was pretty clear that you had to use that item you got in that particular dungeon to be able to deal with that. That's not really the case here either. I don't know. I like the parry mechanic a lot. I wish that instead of making this fight these two phases, with the first phase just being, okay, normal fight, you know, do whatever you want, pretty much. And then the second fight, okay, you can only parry him now, and that's pretty much the only thing you can do, and nothing else is going to happen. I wish that instead of making that two phases, he just would periodically enter his shield state, right? You parry him, he goes out of the shield state, you fight him a bit normally, he powers up again, you parry him, and so on and so forth. I feel like that would have been a much better pacing than having this kind of awkward second phase that just involves the exact same thing over and over again. Definitely not the strongest Zelda fight, all things considered. Although, as I mentioned, I do know that if you don't do the Divine Beasts, the last fight can be quite challenging in a lot of ways, especially since it's sort of a boss gauntlet almost. And I still don't think it was necessarily the best idea to, as cool as it is with all the lasers and Divine Beasts going on, I don't think it was necessarily the best idea design-wise to make the last boss kind of a pushover if you already did all the other things, right? It is a bit of a weird decision, but no matter. It was still fun in the end. I mean, once you figure it out, it's not that it isn't fun or anything. It just had more potential, I guess. Oh, you can also hit back the fireball? That would be cool. It's just traveling a lot slower though, right? Isn't the idea that while he's... At least I thought it was. Because he's blinking, right? Whenever he uses power, essentially. So I thought the idea was because the laser parry is so quick that you're really hitting in the exact moment where his shield drops, right? Whereas the fireball, I want to say, wouldn't that take a long time to travel back to him so that he still would have the shield? I don't know. It's very, very cool if it does work, though. I would very much like that. Okay, so...
The energy covering Ganon's body is called malice. None of your attacks will get through as he now is.
Okay. So what am I supposed to be doing?
Back as much as I can, but my power is waning. Attack any glowing points that you see.
Okay, well, I can do that.
May you be victorious.
Interesting backside. Why is he not turning around? And now he is, maybe? A bit of a slow buddy, huh?
Holding back the malice.
Oh, there we go. Never mind, I thought I was supposed to be hitting the purple things instead of the glowing, obviously glowing bits. Wait, did I hit it? I don't think so. What am I shooting with anyways? Oh. I guess it just turns all the arrows you have into light arrows? Maybe? What would happen if I was out of arrows? Won't Zelda just give me some? So now what?
Aim for a glowing area.
Wait. What was that? Where did you stop all of a sudden? Wait, or is that... Never mind.
I'm sorry. I can't hold it.
Oh, I can also use wind. I don't think I'm actually supposed to be hitting the golden things, right? I'm supposed to be hitting his glowing... purple glowing stuff? Oh. Sorry, buddy. Come here. Well, that was strange.
It is my pleasure. Now's your chance.
What? Might as well do this. No? Okay. So I am supposed to be hitting these? Okay, seriously. I do have to say the game really isn't the best at telling you what the hell you're supposed to be doing in this fight. Am I just not hitting it correctly? Am I supposed to be hitting the purple stuff?
I can't.
Or am I not using the correct... Well, there we go.
Longer.
That kind of explains it, huh? I thought the game had auto-switch to the bow. What? Was that because I paused for so long? No, I only paused on the screen that showed me the bow. Where's my horsey? Come here. Okay, never mind. Well, at least that explains what happened. I didn't even look at the design of the bow, to be honest. Where is my horse? Is he dead? Well, you're a very slow buddy, though, huh?
Prepare yourself, Link.
Oh, there he is. Why are you not coming to me when I call out? Oh, now he is. Give me here. I know what to do now. I should have seen that when the arrows, that was, you know, partially on me. I should have seen that the arrows weren't doing any glowing light biddies, right? But I really thought, because didn't it switch me automatically over to the Master Sword when I entered the final boss fight? I'm pretty sure it did. Because when it reloaded the save after I failed the second phase for the first time, it reloaded my save, and I'm pretty sure that the Lizalfos bow was equipped. I might actually want to check on that again. Oh, whoops. Wrong side, Zelda! He's just running over to the other one. Put that mark. There we go. That works. Nice. Yeah, I want to say I'm really sure that I got switched over to the Master Sword automatically. And this fight, for whatever reason, does not do that. Maybe they just forgot? Or did I accidentally switch back? Maybe I accidentally switched when I tried to... No. If I had tried to change arrows... whatever. Now I know what went wrong, so it's fine. Oh, wait. Nope. Bit too close for comfort.
So close.
See, it's pretty dangerous to be riding below him. What if he was crushing down in that moment? Yeah, I feel like the last one's probably gonna appear up front, right?
Look up there.
Look up where? Up there. Oh. There we go.
That's the very core of Ganon's being. Do what you must, Link.
Right. Definitely want to go back to the weird pieces. Oh. Oh boy, did he hit the horse? Yeah. Thankfully, horses seem to be invincible, right? Wasn't I hitting that, or am I supposed to get closer?
Use his attacks to your advantage.
Oh, wait, I have to... Seriously? I think I have to wait for him to attack, and then it opens up. Yeah, I do agree. It's a bit of a weird fight, isn't it? I guess it was meant to be sort of the final showdown. Okay, let's see. Obviously, this thing is not equipped. Pick it up. Still not equipped. Okay, well that was... Okay, so for some reason, it definitely does not auto-equip the light bow. Odd choice. I wonder if they really just overlooked that. Because it's even showing that, right? That's what I was also assuming that I got it, because it's sort of showing you, okay, it's doing 100 damage instead of the bow that you have currently equipped. So I kind of assumed, alright, guess I'm doing 100 damage now, but nope. God damn it. It doesn't really help when your camera suddenly has trees in front of it. One, two, three. Come on. You can hit it. Come on. Okay. Where does the horsey go again? Where are you? I love how the horse is also just completely glitching through him all the time. Kind of makes me wish they would have had the horse be, I don't know, be a more permanent addition sort of to the whole fight. I think you shouldn't even really be able to dismount. I don't know. Because it works the same when you approach the... When you approach the Divine Beasts, right? they do that in a way where the champions, well, they at least try to sort of stay close to you so that it's easier. Why are there trees here? So that it's easy for you to kind of get back into position, right? So they're designed in a way where they kind of just stay close, if you will. Yeah, definitely would have helped if the same is true here. God. Yeah, I thought there was wind there. What the? What was that? Does he do that when you're too close? Or something? What the hell? So I think when you get too close to him, he does that weird thing where he sort of... This is kind of dumb, but alright. He does that weird thing where he sort of pushes you back, if you will. Which, that is fine. The problem is I feel like it didn't even really... Does it not want you to do the Rivali scale thing or something? It also doesn't help that your horse, you know, quite frequently turns the wrong direction instead of the one that you actually press.
It's working.
I think that should be it. I think the wind bits are always kind of in front of him, right? Not really to the side, so it doesn't really allow you to jump up for whatever reason. Man, why do games insist on doing that? Did they really do take too much inspiration from FromSoft? I don't understand why they don't pull your camera back further. There can only be some sort of weird... Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, Liu, just stop right below his belly. It's always a good idea. Yeah, I don't really understand. This fight would have been a lot more fun if the camera had just been further back. If you could actually see what was going on, no issue whatsoever, right? But the camera just stays super close to your horse. Okay, so now he's glowing in the front again. Ah, there we go. Now I can see the eye. I mean, can you please sort of, you know, stay focused on me? I like how the music is also just completely expecting you to immediately hit it.
To your advantage.
Okay, there we go. Really? Come on. Oh, wait. He closes again? Do I have to wait for him to charge up? I think so, right? There we go. No? Or do you have to fly up? I think it wants you to fly up? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. It works. Weird. Horse didn't sign up for this. Yeah, it really didn't. Poor Leo. At least he is invincible for whatever reason. He kind of had to be, otherwise it would have been... Imagine if your horse could die during that fight. At least they went as far as making sure that wouldn't happen. Yeah. I feel like this should have or could have been a cutscene or something like that. I don't know. Is he trying to escape? What is he trying to do? Or is he doing some sort of last-ditch effort to still stay alive? I mean, the cutscene was awesome, though. Nice. Destroy Ganon. Complete. Mission complete. I mean, in terms of atmosphere and hype levels, it was definitely pretty cool. Oh, nice. And now the pillars have turned back to blue.
I've been keeping watch over you all this time. I've witnessed your struggles to return to us, as well as your trials in battle. I always thought, no, I always believed that you would find a way to defeat Ganon. I never lost faith in you over these many years.
So that was right? Yeah. I mean, it's still her that's doing it, right? She was able to finally overcome her struggles.
May I ask, do you really remember me?
I hope I do. Really sure Link does. Buddy, say something. Come on. That's kind of awful though, right? If you don't get the memories, like you don't even know who she is, or Link doesn't. The Legend of Zelda. Ah, there we go, Breath of the Wild. I was gonna say, why don't we have the subtitle of the game? But there we go. It is a really awesome game. Even though the last fight arguably may even be its weakest part, not gonna lie. In terms of spectacle, it was definitely really cool. I can see what they were going for here. And it's okay. It's not its strong suit, but it works in the very end, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit weird. It's if they want you to use a specific weapon, why not automatically change it over to it, right? And then couple with weird bits and pieces here and there, where I feel like the boss is also a bit too big. Is the issue? It really feels like that same kind of deal that FromSoft, same kind of trap that FromSoft did seem to fall into quite a bit in Elden Ring 2, where it's just they want to make it such a cool spectacle and they want to make the boss appear super, super strong, right? And so they're always getting bigger and better, and they have like huge swords and whatever. And at the end of the day, you as the player don't even really see much of it because you're constantly struggling to have the camera keep the boss in frame, and you also sometimes just simply don't see when they're winding up an attack or something. And then, like, it definitely was a bit of an odd decision with the before Ganon gets the shield thing, right, in phase 1, if you will, of the final fight. Whenever you target him and he is like holding up his sword or going for the swing, for some reason the camera sort of points to the right. I think they made it so that you can sort of more easily keep track of his cannon, right? Because that's technically the, I guess, most dangerous part and the thing that you want to parry eventually. But by doing that, they made it so that you don't actually see him winding up his sword. Like, you can still kind of time it out, and if you get really good at it, I'm sure you'd be able to pull off a flurry rush there, no problem. But, you know, when you're doing the fight for the first time, that really doesn't feel that great. And I don't know why the camera isn't pulling back. I did see that a couple of times when I was playing the Demon's Souls remake on PS5. there are a couple of fights in Demon's Souls where the camera really does actually sort of pan back and show you a sort of broader perspective of the fight. And I don't even really know if that was Bluepoint that was doing it and saying sort of, you know, might as well include a proper camera here, or if that was something that the original Demon's Soul already did. The problem is they, for some reason, didn't really carry that over. And I know there's a couple of fights that do that in the other FromSoft games as well. Camera was a big problem here, especially since, and I noticed that during the Lionel fight too, I think the game actually does include that, so it has the option to pull the camera back slightly. But for some reason, depending on the distance I think you are to the target, if it doesn't trigger right away, and you just keep being locked on, it doesn't readjust, right? If you don't sort of trigger the adjusted camera, it's never gonna happen if you keep locked on. So you kind of have to maybe just try locking on a couple more times. I don't know. Definitely a bit weird. But then again, the beauty of this game is definitely its world design, the different villages you visit, the different regions you visit, all of the details that were included with that. Also, arguably the story, as much as you can definitely say that it's not that expansive or anything. Like the memories aren't really that long, and there aren't that many of them. The cutscenes with the divine beasts and the new champions you meet aren't really that long either. But on the other hand, it does create a certain amount of... It's almost as if the world design, in terms of its freedom, carries over into what the story is, right? It leaves a lot of room for interpretation, I think. And in a weird way, it pretty much fits the game. I don't want to say perfectly, but pretty well. In the regard that, you know, pretty much how you can approach any given part of the world or any given fight however you want, right? And you have complete freedom to go wherever you want and climb whatever you want, glide down wherever you want. In the same vein, you sort of get that same freedom with the story, right? You can interpret however you want in a couple of different ways. Obviously, that's probably going to change with the release of Tears of the Kingdom, because I feel like they're going to go into more detail, at least in a couple of these things. But on the other hand, I definitely like that idea of, I guess, having that freedom of interpretation there as well. It works really well. And then, well, yeah, the last boss fight is a bit weird in terms of how it works. I really think they shouldn't have gone with the horse either. Maybe it could have been a part where you also just have constant wind available for your paraglider or something. Even though horses are definitely a staple of the series, and, well, Epona usually is your Link's horse to go to, right? Here, since it pretty much can be sort of a random horse as well, it's not really... And then that last bit, right? I was hitting the eye, but it didn't count because it wanted me to be all cool and fly up into the air and then hit the eye. I guess the idea was that you can trigger the time or slowdown effect, and so it can't close before you shoot an arrow, but still, it's... it should have still worked from the ground. It's weird that they make you fight the whole fight on horse, but then suddenly they force you to fly up without telling you. It would be, you know what could have worked? I think if the eye sort of would never really open unless you do fly up, that could have worked as well. But, oh well. Yeah, that actually, now that you bring it up with the DLC cutscenes, did it just get a bit louder? That was strange. With the DLC cutscenes, I actually hadn't realized that it included some. Can't hear you! I think the, it might have been the Wii U? I don't know if it had struggled suddenly, like, continuing the cutscene or something. But yeah, I did not actually know that the DLC also included some additional cutscenes. But then again, the problem is I'm playing on Wii U, and I would have had to buy the game again if that was the case, or emulate it. And that would have still kind of sucked, right? Since I don't own the DLC to then emulate it, I don't know. Definitely wouldn't have felt right for me. And I also definitely wouldn't have been able to play through Master Mode and everything before Tears of the Kingdom releases either. I just don't really have that much time, unfortunately. Or I would have had to delay the Tears of the Kingdom. But I don't know if I could have brought myself to not play it for so long. There we go. Guess they can rest in peace now. I really love the detail of the pillars turning back to blue light at the very end. Well, but yeah, overall, it's an absolutely amazing game. And I love that I replayed it.
We'll make our way to Zora's domain. Divine Beast Varuta. Looks like it's stopped working. Let's investigate the situation. Miva's father. I believe he would like to hear more about her. The least we can do is visit him and offer him some closure. Although Ganon is gone for now, there is still so much more for us to do.
Every
and so
time the
many
music
painful
comes in.
memories that we must bear. I believe in my heart that if all of us work together, we can restore Hyrule to its former glory. Perhaps even beyond, but it all must start with us. Let's be off. I can no longer hear the voice inside the sword. I suppose it would make sense if my power had dwindled over the past 100 years.
Yeah, I don't think it has something to do with that, no?
I'm surprised to admit it, but I can accept that.
Oh god, the music! And suddenly there is a huge amount of silent princesses all over the place. You know what I would love? If Tears of the Kingdom pretty much started out with this cutscene, right? So immediately after, you just go in and start rebuilding Hyrule. And it gets you to the main menu screen. Awesome. He runs to her. Yeah, finally, both of them understand each other. It is a very beautiful ending, I have to admit. It's also really, really cool that they have that additional cutscene in there. That really brings us that closure, right? Beyond just what we did before. Let me just load in. I don't know why I wish the main menu screen at least contained some music. It's always really weird that it's just silent. Okay. So now I have an autosave with the star attached to it. It's probably going to spawn me in still right in front of the castle, right? But just sort of count as a completed save. Well, I have to say, though, the very, very end of this game certainly does bring up some questions. It almost... it very much seems to be setting up a sequel, right? I don't know if I necessarily would have felt exactly the same way when I saw it for the first time. But now, knowing that the sequel will release... Or wait, has it already released in New Zealand? What's the first region that it releases in? Hope there's a couple year jump at least. Yeah, I feel like it, from a storytelling perspective, it would just also work a lot better. But it all heavily depends on what angle they're gonna go for, right? Because, so wasn't the idea that they were technically in this eternal struggle, right? Of Ganon constantly being reborn. And the thing that Zelda mentions right before that final fight, where you fight the actual Calamity Beast, right? On your horse, without switching your bow. Right before the fight starts, she mentions that Ganon has given up on his power of resurrection to be able to fight us with full force, right? Which should mean that he's properly dead. And I want to say that her not being able to hear the Master Sword anymore means that this sort of whatever spirit was contained within the sword that possibly started off this whole cycle is also gone. So how can there be another Ganon in Tears of the Kingdom, right? Unless I'm overlooking something here? Either way, that's going to be really, really interesting to see. And I don't know, I feel like... How are they going to do that with Zelda? Because technically, wouldn't we be traveling together with her from now on? Like, why would they separate again? There has to be a reason for that too. Unless she just wants to go off alone on her research, but wouldn't it make more sense for the two of them to stick together? At least while they're visiting the different domains, like revisiting friends. Man, so many questions. And hopefully a lot of answers in Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, it could very well be that there's also some time stuff going on there, right? So maybe we'll place through certain sections that took place before Breath of the Wild even. Others after. Maybe we're gonna get some more memories again that just show us what happened in the past with both of them, like looking into that a bit more. Clearly, though, when you look at the pillars, the whole Sheikah energy technology, that's still around, right? So, Well, that definitely comes back to the question of how is the Triforce, or whatever power Triforce wielders have, how is it connected to this Sheikah energy, and how can it interact with it and influence it, and why can it be corrupted by it as well through Ganon? Well, either way, I have to say I'm really, really glad that I replayed Breath of the Wild, even though it wasn't, you know, with the DLC, it wasn't in master mode or anything, but, you know, the most beautiful thing by far still, I think, is just the world, and traversing the world, being able to find all these little bits and pieces, detailed stories that get told simply through traveling, through being on a journey, rather than necessarily only through cutscenes or NPC dialogue. It could be that they have to separate. Which makes me wonder if, are there going to be sections where they just come together again, right? Maybe certain dungeons or certain other pieces, because, I mean, there's precedent for that as well. So there's parts of me that kind of dislike the dungeons in Wind Waker, where they force you to go through them with a companion, right? The like 2 last ones, or the 2 dungeons before the last one. So there are smaller sections within those dungeons that I didn't enjoy as much, because it can be quite tedious to a certain extent to constantly having to call over your companion again. But they give you enough ways to give them, like, to tell them what they're supposed to be doing, and there are also a lot of rooms within those dungeons that where it's still just you going around solving puzzles. So maybe that could also be a thing, right? That Zelda is going to come in at key points, and we're going to be able to maybe tell her to, I don't know, stand on buttons for us to solve puzzles. Something like that. Yeah, considering that the world probably also has changed quite substantially. One thing that I do wish for, though, is that hopefully Tears of the Kingdom is not necessarily going to start out right with the new threat already apparent and available, sort of, or you know, Ganondorf, or however they're going to do that. It would be nice to maybe have sort of a more peaceful beginning. You know, maybe a little bit like Ocarina of Time has that sort of a child section at the start where, yeah, sure, there are threats and there are certain things that are already not quite right, but it's still all kind of happy, right? Nobody yet really knows that there's a bigger threat that's going to emerge and pretty much destroy everything. And then you have that, you know, adult section that gets much darker. I think it would be cool to have a little bit of the breathing room at the very start, but I also recognize that it's probably going to be super difficult to pull something off in a game that allows for this much freedom. Which is probably going to be an interesting point when it comes to the story as well. How do they facilitate possibly a bit of a, you know, stronger narrative without taking away your freedom? Really looking forward to see either way. And yeah, I'm definitely going to enjoy it a whole bunch. It's going to be, I think it's going to be an awesome experience, and I think it's going to be, well, certainly a very, very good Zelda game. Not that there have ever been any bad ones, at least not to my knowledge. I mean, there's kind of a small spin-offs, I would say, from the main sort of series, right? All Zelda games. They all offer something that is slightly different, which is pretty cool as well. But they're all, you know, very, very good in their own right. So I'm very, very certain that Tears of the Kingdom is going to fulfill that promise. Gonna nap after work, then gonna pick up my copy, yeah. That's what I'm planning on doing. I think I'm gonna pick up my copy too tomorrow after work. Hopefully I won't have to work for too long, so that stores actually are still open. Otherwise I'm gonna have to pick it up on Saturday. Unfortunately though, I won't be able to go in tomorrow right away. I could, in theory, after work, might have 2-3 hours, but I don't really want to. I think I want to really, you know, have time and completely dive into it without many restrictions in terms of time. Since I have to work both tomorrow and Saturday, and probably fairly long too. Yeah, I'm probably gonna start my journey on Sunday, unfortunately. But I can wait. It's been so long. When did the original teaser trailer release again? 4 years ago or something? Either way, it's been a really, really long time since we've known about the game. So I'm personally not too fussed about waiting 2 more days to play it. Get it at 9 p.m. tonight and gonna regret my decisions. It sounds like a... honestly sounds like a really good time. Even though sometimes you kind of regret those decisions afterwards, right? Especially if you're really, really tired or something, but it's always still so much fun in the morning. I kind of would love, like, if I had the you know, freedom to do that, I would have tried to pick up a copy tonight and then just play through the night or something. But yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna chill. let everybody enjoy their sort of first day in the game, and I'm going to start my journey on Sunday. And I am going to stream it. So, you know, just in case you do want to stick around, or I know it's going to be difficult, right? I'm probably not going to really want to hop into any streams of Tears of the Kingdom either for quite a while, because with how open the game is, there is a very, very high chance that you're going to spoil yourself on certain areas. It's sort of like you don't want to watch Outer Wilds playthroughs if you haven't actually completed the game, because there is a high chance that somebody might just accidentally be in an area you just haven't seen if you haven't played the game, right? So, yeah. But either way, it's just going to be a super, super fun experience, and I hope you guys obviously have a lot of fun with it too, I think. Just the sort of knowledge, right, that everybody is so hyped for this game to release and to finally play it. And even though I don't have anybody to play it directly with, that would have also been insanely fun, right? If somebody sort of sit next to you on a couch, just turning the controller over every time somebody dies or something like that. It was always really, really fun to do back in the day, but this will work too. But yeah. That is it, I guess. That is it. Breath of the Wild. Man, I mean, if they're gonna do a third one, or maybe before the... Let me think. Depending on what they're gonna do with the game, I still do need to play Skyward Sword eventually, though. Not directly after Tears of the Kingdom or anything, but eventually I want to play that. So maybe there's gonna be a time where if I just have, for whatever reason, you know, I'm getting some money for my birthday in 2 years or something, right? And you just happen to come across a cheap copy of Breath of the Wild for the Switch, I could pick it up there and just buy the DLC and eventually maybe play through Master Mode again. I don't necessarily... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the last time that I play through Breath of the Wild, so... Knowing that there might still be a couple cool elements from the DLCs that I just haven't played through myself, is probably going to be a good motivation to do like a third playthrough it at some far off point in the future, eventually. Well, anyways, that means that's going to be it for me today. Gonna play a bit of Final Fantasy XIV this evening, though. Would be going back to a bunch of raiding. And how long did it take me to beat the game? That is actually a very good question. I think at least in terms of stream time, when I looked yesterday, I had a good 50 hours in it, I think. This was another 6 today, so I want to say somewhere between 50-60 hours, which is still quite long now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, obviously it takes longer, you know, talking about certain points here and there, but definitely shorter than my first playthrough, I can say that. Which makes sense, considering that I pretty much tried to do everything in my first playthrough except for beating the final boss. But honestly, I think my first playthrough didn't take that much longer. Might have been sort of 90 hours, maybe 100. That being said, I fully expect to be spending definitely more than 100 hours in the sequel in my first playthrough. Unless for some reason it's going to be a bit shorter, but I really don't think that's going to happen, so yeah, I think a bit over 100 hours is definitely a good sort of idea of what to expect, I suppose. Also, I'm already looking forward to, you know, I definitely had to hold myself back in a couple of places with the second playthrough of Breath of the Wild to not just go wander off and do some random stuff instead of actually following the main quest. So, especially if they also potentially up their game a bit with the side quests, which arguably weren't necessarily the the strongest in Breath of the Wild, then yeah, you could probably add on a couple of hours as well for those. It is also supposed to be a much bigger game, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, if they really, truly took the same game world as sort of a baseline and added onto it over what now, 5 years during development? I mean, just sort of even thinking about it seems kind of crazy, right? I'm sure, well, I'm fairly certain that they still obviously have the, I guess let's call it casual gamer experience in mind when they're developing it, right? So I'm pretty sure that they're not going to go just crazy with the length and content of the game to the point where any normal person wouldn't really be able to complete it. I don't really think that's going to happen, but I mean, with the potential for so much side activities and, you know, side quests, other things that could be included, it honestly could be pretty insane in terms of size. Oh, God damn it, Wii U. I really should have looked for the option to turn off the weird standby mode. So yeah, if it's anything in size compared to Elden Ring, you know, that took me almost 300 hours to complete on my first run, so yeah, that would be something. But I mean, if that's what it is, I'm not gonna complain. Although arguably Elden Ring, it did drag a bit towards the end. I mean, it's just, you know, not the most fun to fight like your 10th... What were they called? Tree blights? Tree... something? The weird tree worm things that just flail about and clip through walls and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Didn't really enjoy those fights, to be honest, but... a lot of the world's exploration was still top-notch, though. And the main boss fights, obviously, are really, really cool. But yeah, I mean... I don't know. I think even if I'm gonna watch the newest trailer still, I still just don't know what to expect from Tears of the Kingdom, really. I mean, I kind of do, but the more I keep thinking about it, right, the funny little details keep cropping up that makes it quite difficult to really grasp what that game is even going to be. Is it more of the same? Is it gonna have some fundamental changes to the formula? Is it gonna be very, very free? Is it gonna have sections that force you into more linear story paths? No idea. And the cool thing is, no matter what they're doing, I feel like I'm gonna enjoy it, which is honestly very, very rare, I think, when you're really thinking about a game in its design, to be pretty sure that no matter what direction they take it in, to still absolutely enjoy it. I don't think that any other game has really quite sort of invoked that feeling over the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years. Ulcerated Tree Spirit, yeah, that's the... Oh god. Those things. Fucking hell. They're really, like, even if you know how to fight them, they're not really particularly fun. Thankfully, you know, after a certain point, you just have so much stuff available to you and a couple of really, really overpowered weapons if you're really looking for them, that, you know, the less enjoyable boss fights you can just kind of cheese through a bit, at least. Or you can just use your ghosts. Some really cool new stuff that will expand on that ability for individual creativity. That's awesome. I'm really looking forward to that too. But yeah, no matter what they're doing sort of on an individual level when it comes to game mechanics, I'm so excited to see how they're going to bring it all together, right? With that creativity too, because, well, with any other developer, I would have still been on the fence, right? I would have said, okay, so there's going to be, you know, a lot of stuff to sort of express your playstyle, but is that really gonna be fun? Is it gonna be something that actually has an impact on how you play, right? Because I want to say that there's definitely been a couple of games that sort of tried that approach, but ultimately failed because they, while the thing that they set up technically or on paper would have been a very, very creative and cool thing to do, the game didn't really facilitate actually using those abilities, right? But seeing what Breath of the Wild did, and that it's going to be based on this, and then it's going to be, well, more or less the same people or the same team working on it, and same with the same ideas and same approach to its development. I don't have any worries at all that we're going to have plenty of space and room to play around with those abilities and do funny little things. Although, during this playthrough in particular, I didn't really do that much funny stuff with the skills that are available to you. But yeah, that's even better, right? Even better setup for Tears of the Kingdom, and to just experiment and do whatever crazy things you can come up with, and crazy ideas you can come up with in order to approach any given situation. Man, it's gonna be fun. That is gonna be so much fun. But I really should be coming to a close now. I feel like I could be talking about Tears of the Kingdom pretty much all night until it actually releases. But yeah, since I still have some time, might as well do something else. Maybe free my mind a bit, right? And then really go into it fresh on Sunday. So, as always, I hope you're having a great rest of your day, morning, or evening, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you stopping by, albeit for only a couple seconds, maybe, to not get spoiled in the Tears of the Kingdom playthrough. So, until then, be seeing you. Take care. Bye-bye.